sworn, provide them with a preliminary charge, same preliminary charge we discussed yesterday, and then go straight into openings. Is the state ready to proceed on that basis?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for jury, please. Please be seated.
All right, let's do that. Let's shift juror 13 over a little bit. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I should say welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated to you the other day, we're going to get started with opening arguments and hopefully get into some evidence in this case. Before we do so, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in as the panel in this case, and then I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. Once I have finished with that, we're going to move right into opening statements. So, if I could please have you stand and raise your right hand. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Travis Mcmichael, Greg Mcmichael, and William R. Bryan, who are charged each individually and as parties concerned in the commission of a crime by the grand jury of Glynn County in an indictment with the following charges: count 1, murder; count 2, felony murder; count 3, felony murder; count 4, felony murder; count 5, felony murder; count 6, aggravated assault; count 7, aggravated assault; count 8, false imprisonment; and count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. And a true verdict you shall give according to the evidence, so help you God. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. All right, first off, can everybody hear me? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been sworn and impaneled, and you're about to try a criminal case entitled the State of Georgia versus Travis Mcmichael, Greg Mcmichael, and William R. Bryan. The defendants have been charged, each individually and as parties concerned in the commission of a crime, by the grand jury of Glynn County in an indictment composed of the counts that I just read to you in the oath. To this indictment, the defendants have pled not guilty, and each denies every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that you have been selected, sworn, and impaneled to try. Before we begin the trial, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions on fundamental principles of criminal law. I will also instruct you on the role of the judge, the jury, and the lawyers, and give you an overview of the trial procedure. Many of you may have never served on a jury before. It is therefore necessary that these instructions be given so that you have a general understanding of the procedure in a criminal trial, what will be expected of you, and how you are to conduct yourself during the trial. The defendants are charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment, including all of the counts therein, and the pleas of not guilty are the legal procedures by which these criminal charges are brought against each defendant. The charges and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. The defendants are presumed innocent until each is proven guilty. Each defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There's no burden of proof upon the defendants whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to a defendant to prove his innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Though you may consider all of the evidence as a whole, conviction of one defendant does not necessarily require conviction of another. You, the jury, must determine whether the state has proven the guilt of each defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. If, after giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you should acquit that defendant. But if no doubt exists in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict that defendant. If the state fails to prove a defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit. Now, under our system, it is my duty as the trial judge to determine the law that applies in this case and to instruct you, the jury, on the specific rules of law that you must apply to the facts in arriving at a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now. I will give you more detailed instructions after the evidence has been presented and the lawyers have made their closing arguments. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule on motions or objections to evidence. Nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence, and it should not be considered as an indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried, according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. As expected, the lawyers serve as advocates to their clients, and are duty-bound to represent their clients to the best of their ability. The lawyers also serve as officers of this court, and as such, they are bound to follow applicable laws, trial procedure, and rules of evidence during the trial. If at any time the lawyers believe that any law, procedure, or rule of evidence is being violated, they may make motions regarding the conduct of the trial or objections to the admission of evidence. In making these motions or objections, the lawyers are simply seeking to fulfill their duties to their clients and to the court. Now, sometimes these motions or objections may require the court to consider issues outside your presence. When this occurs, you will be excused to the jury room. We will try to minimize the number and length of these interruptions, and I do ask for your patience when this occurs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, trial procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to make what is called an opening statement. This opening statement is not evidence. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence, but it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to be. Following the opening statements, evidence will be presented. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence that will be labeled with exhibit numbers for identification. After the presentation of evidence, the attorneys have the opportunity to make what is called a closing argument. At this time, the attorneys may suggest which laws are applicable and how they should be considered in light of the evidence. Following closing arguments, I will charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to retire to the jury room to deliberate and to reach a verdict. Now, the jury has a very important role. You must decide the facts of the case from the evidence presented, and then apply the law I give you to those facts. Now, evidence is the means by which a fact is established or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during the trial. Certain things are not evidence and must not be considered. For example, statements and arguments made by the lawyers are not evidence. In their opening statements and closing arguments, the lawyers will discuss the case and provide an overview. But again, their remarks are not evidence. Also, questions and objections made by the lawyers are not evidence. Only the witness's answers to questions are evidence. Now, I will admit or exclude evidence according to the rules. If a lawyer makes an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means that the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you should disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you, the jury, must determine the credibility and believability of witnesses. It is for you to determine which witness or witnesses you will believe and which witness or witnesses you will not believe, if there are some whom you do not believe. In determining the credibility or believability of witnesses, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their interest or lack of interest in the case, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, and the occurrences about which they testify. You may also consider their personal credibility insofar as it may appear to you from the trial of the case. As the fact finder, it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable. It is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you will not believe. Now, it is important that you pay close attention during this trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see the evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that distracts you, please inform me or the bailiff, and we will do what is needed to make sure that you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any time, please raise your hand or alert one of the bailiffs, and I will recognize you. Now, you should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence has been presented. Remember that you are the ones who have been qualified as fair and impartial jurors deciding this case. No other influence should affect your decision. For that reason, you may not discuss this case with anyone, including family and friends, or let anyone discuss the case with you or around you. This includes discussing or sharing information by email, texting, blogging, or any form of social media until actual deliberations begin. That is, until after you have heard all of the evidence, the lawyer's closing arguments, and you have been fully charged on the law that applies to this case. You must not discuss this case even amongst yourselves in the jury room, during breaks, or anywhere else. Do not at any time during the trial request, accept, agree to accept, or discuss with any person any type of payment or benefit in return for supplying any information about the trial. You must promptly tell me about any incident you know of involving an attempt by any person to improperly contact or influence you or any other member of the jury. Now, I've asked the deputy, or the bailiff in this particular case, to provide you, I guess deputy, I got both words. So I've asked the deputy to provide you with pencils and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only, and they're not to be shared with anyone. I lost my notes here. Not to be shared until you begin actual deliberations with your fellow jurors. Sorry about that. Now, notes are not evidence, only memory aids, and they should not take precedence over your recollection. It is the duty of each juror to recall the evidence, and while you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings. Do not be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what the evidence may have been. During the trial, you must leave your notes in the jury room, except when you are in the courtroom. The notes will be destroyed at the end of deliberations. Please note that you will not get a transcript of any witness's testimony, so you must remember, in the way that works best for you, what was said on the witness stand. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen, that you must decide this case for yourself solely on the testimony that you hear from the witness stand and the exhibits admitted into evidence. You must set aside anything you may have heard about this case prior to this trial. You may not visit any scenes depicted by the evidence. You may not utilize any books or documents not in evidence during your deliberations. You may not read or listen to any accounts of the trial that might appear in the news media. You may not discuss this case with anyone other than your fellow jurors during deliberations. Again, to maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I will provide to you. You may not conduct any research on your own about the case or about any people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit any places mentioned in the evidence. You may not refer to any books or documents that were not admitted during the trial. Also, you may not use dictionaries or other reference materials. You may not use Google or otherwise search the internet, websites, or blogs. And you may not use any other electronic media to get information about this case. Nor should you use any of these sources to get information about legal terms or about the law. Finally, you may not read or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, whether online, in print, or on the radio. This includes your news feeds or any other way you may access coverage. It is important to understand that you cannot discuss the case with anyone unless and until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. Finally, to assist the jury during the course of the trial, I'm going to charge you on certain legal principles that may come up during the case. As mentioned, I will charge you further and more comprehensively on the law and legal principles that apply at the conclusion of the case. The following is only intended to provide a limited overview of a limited number of legal principles. You should not single out any one instruction, but must consider as a whole all of the instructions I have given you and will give you during deliberations. Burglary in the first degree. A person commits burglary in the first degree when, without authority and with the intent to commit a theft, that person enters or remains in the dwelling of someone else. A dwelling includes a house or any building or structure that is intended to be used as a residence. A dwelling also includes any part of that house, building, or structure. It does not matter if the dwelling was occupied, unoccupied, or vacant when the alleged burglary happened, but you may consider these factors in deciding if the dwelling was meant to be used as a residence. Burglary, intent to steal. The evidence does not have to show that an actual theft happened to prove a burglary. However, you must determine that there was an intent to steal. An intent to steal may be shown in many ways, arising from the facts and circumstances proved during the trial. You may infer an intent to steal where the evidence shows an unlawful entry without authority into the place of another, where items of some value are present or kept inside, and when there is no other apparent motive for entry. Whether or not you make such an inference is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. Criminal trespass. A person commits the offense of criminal trespass when that person knowingly and without authority, A, enters upon the land or premises of another person for an unlawful purpose, B, enters upon the land or premises of another person after receiving, prior to entry, notice from the owner, rightful occupant, or, upon proper identification, an authorized representative of the owner or rightful occupant that entry is forbidden, or C, remains upon the land or premises of another person after receiving notice from the owner, rightful occupant, or, upon proper identification, an authorized representative of the owner or rightful occupant to depart. Citizens' arrests. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence or within his immediate knowledge. If the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. In general, the phrases "in his presence" and "within his immediate knowledge" are synonymous, and a crime is committed in one's presence if by the exercise of any of his senses he has knowledge of its commission. Bruton charge. Finally, as mentioned, this court is responsible for determining the admissibility of evidence. Sometimes audio and/or video recordings cannot be played for the jury based upon the rules that govern admissibility. You are not to make any inferences for or against either party when the law does not permit recordings to be played either in full or in part. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my preliminary instructions, and we are now ready for the lawyers to give their opening statements. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, the state is ready. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Donacasti, and I, along with Larissa Olivier and Paul Camarillo, represent the people of the state of Georgia and the citizens of Glenn County. Why are we here? We are here because of assumptions and driveway decisions. A very wise person once said, "Don't assume the worst of another person's intentions until you actually know what's going on with them." Don't assume the worst with what they intend to do. But in this case, all three of these defendants did everything they did based on assumptions. Not on facts, not on evidence, on assumptions. And they made decisions in their driveways based on those assumptions that took a young man's life. And that is why we are here. So ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen now is the state is going to give you its opening statement. I'm going to do this in a couple different parts. The first part is I'm going to talk about the indictment and the charges in the indictment. Then we're going to talk about some housekeeping issues that relate to how evidence is going to come to you in this particular case. We're going to talk about who the parties are, where this happened, and then exactly what led up to February 23rd of 2020 in the Satilla Shores neighborhood. So first off, the burden is on the state to prove to you these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Now that is the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth, not seeking doubt, and it's not beyond all doubt or to any mathematical certainty. But the burden is on the state. And the defendants have been indicted with the first count, which is murder. We call that malice murder. What's malice murder? That's intent to kill. Now, the state does not have to prove premeditation, planning. We're not required to prove motive about why anybody did anything. But malice is something that can be formed in an instant. And a fatal, mortal wound can be blown or can be shown. So, in this case, the defendants have been indicted as parties to a crime for malice murder. Intent to kill that was instantly formed. In addition, they've been charged with 4 counts of felony murder based on the 4 underlying felonies in the indictment. Now, what's felony murder? Felony murder is where you're committing a felony and someone dies because of the felony you're committing. Classic example, of course, is a guy goes into a drugstore to hold up the clerk, right? He's not there to murder the clerk, he's there to hold the clerk up. But during that armed robbery, it goes bad and he kills the clerk.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is not an opening statement. This is analogies and explanation of the law. You can state the law, I have no problem with that. But to go beyond that is not proper for opening statement.
The jury's been charged on what an opening statement is. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I've just explained to you that this is the overview of the case that will be presented by the state. The defense will have the same opportunity. Again, the law will be charged, or that's a very legal term. The court's going to give you all of the law in this case, as I've already explained at the end. The state is now explaining its position with regard to the case. If we could make sure that it is considered in that light from the state.
Thank you, Judge. These are the charges in the indictment, which are felony murder. And it's committing a felony, not with intent to kill, but someone dies during that felony. So what felonies are we actually talking about here? Well, we're talking about aggravated assault with a shotgun. Because in this case, the state is going to show you and prove that Travis Mcmichael brought a shotgun. And then he pointed it at Mr. Arbery and then he pulled the trigger, and he killed him during that aggravated assault. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. Both Travis Mcmichael and Greg Mcmichael were in a white F-150 pickup truck that they used to cut off Mr. Arbery, to go at him, to get him to stop. Mr. Bryan used his Chevy Silverado to go at Mr. Bryan and to force him down into a ditch as he ran on the public roadways of Satilla Shores. That's aggravated assault with a 5,000-pound lethal weapon, otherwise known as a pickup truck. False imprisonment. That is where you detain somebody in violation of their personal liberty. You hold them. Or in the words of Greg Mcmichael, you trap them like a rat. And then we have criminal attempt at false imprisonment. And criminal attempt at false imprisonment in this case took place on Burford, within the Satilla Shores neighborhood, when both the Mcmichaels and defendant Bryan attempted to confine Mr. Arbery on Burford. And that's criminal attempt. So a little housekeeping. Once again, our court reporter here is not going to be able to provide you with any transcripts. That's why taking the notes is so very important. I wanted to keep you informed that witnesses may be called out of order. The witnesses are going to come here and they're going to take the witness stand. We're going to try and put them up in order so you understand the sequencing, but you're also going to have some witnesses that they're going to give you some evidence and you're going to be thinking, well, how does this relate to something later? That's why you want to take notes, because you'll be like 3 witnesses later, you're thinking, oh, I get it now, okay? So it'll connect up. Witnesses are going to use reports. A lot of the witnesses are Glenn County police officers, GBI people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a memory contest. That's not what this is about, okay? So this isn't television. This isn't, aha, you can't remember. No, these are professional people. They've done a bunch of cases since then. Like, for instance, the medical examiner. Yes, he performed the autopsy on February 24th, 2020. He's going to come up here and he's going to use his report. That's fine. He wants you to have the best information you possibly can because you're the finders of fact. So using reports is fine. Using transcripts is fine. In this particular case, some witnesses, I'm sure you can imagine, are going to be nervous. Remember jury selection? They're going to be nervous when they come in here and take the stand. And a lot of them do not want to be here. So a number of them gave statements, and if they take the stand and they can't recall, or they say something different than what they previously said, one of the attorneys, it could be any of the attorneys, may come up to them and go, well, would it help refresh your recollection? You looked at your transcript. Is that going to help you? What you said back in 2020. That's perfectly fine too. In addition, as the judge said, we've got some videos that we can't play for you. We just can't. Rules of evidence. So for instance, at the scene, the first responding officer, Officer Minshew, had a body cam on. And he talked to defendant Bryan. But what Minshew will do is Minshew will come in here and he'll take the stand and he's going to have the transcript of that body cam interview. And what he's going to do is he's going to tell you what Mr. Bryan said about what Mr. Bryan did. Okay? And because of the rules of evidence, we can't play the whole thing for you. But you will get those statements that are important. I just want you to be aware of that. When those officers come in, that's the reason they're going to use the transcript from the body cam, because sometimes those quotes are important. And the state wants those quotes and the defense wants those quotes, and that's why they're being given to you. The state is also going to make every effort to put up relevant witnesses. We're not bringing in a whole bunch of people who don't know anything about anything. We're going to try and bring you only those relevant witnesses who have some relevant evidence to present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, enough with housekeeping. So, who are we talking about in this case? Well, this is 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. Now, this photo was taken, when he was much younger, but this is who he is. He lived over at 140 Boykin Ridge Drive, lived with his mother. He was also a brother, he was an uncle, and He was an avid runner. The evidence that he was an avid runner is you're going to be able to see his shoes, his Nike shoes, where he basically almost had absolutely no tread left on them whatsoever. So ladies and gentlemen, who else do we have? We have Travis Mcmichael, seated right over here. 34 years old at the time of this, worked at Metson Marine, lived at 230 Satilla Drive with his parents, Greg Mcmichael and Lee Mcmichael. He is not, and was not, a law enforcement officer at the time of this incident. Greg Mcmichael, 64 years old at the time of the incident, a retiree living over at 230 Satilla Drive at the time of this incident, not a law enforcement officer. And then we have defendant Brian, who goes by the name Roddy. So when people talk about him, you'll hear Roddy. 64 years old as well, a mechanic living at 307 Burford in the Satilla Shores neighborhood. At the time of this incident, not a law enforcement officer. So where are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we're talking about exit 29 off of I-95 coming south, right? US 17 goes east toward Brunswick. It's the Satilla Shores subdivision, and we have these two addresses. So what are we really talking about? Here's an overview. So when we look at this overview, what we have here is we have our, seriously. Now I have no idea what I've done to it. I made a mistake touching it. There we go. So we have the expressway up here. This is 17 coming down here. Royal Oaks. Here we've got Fancy Bluff, and this is Satilla Shores right there. So when we look at it, that's the area that we're talking about. Here we have where Mr. Arbery's residence is in relationship to the scene where he was killed. So as you can see, he's off of here at 95 and 17 in the Fancy Bluff neighborhood off of Boykin Ridge Drive. Here is a house under construction. Here's the scene where it took place. It's really about 1.8 miles. It's under 2.5, but it's about 1.8 miles from his house to the scene of the house under construction. This is another overview of the neighborhood from a different direction. Once again, if you go this way, you're heading towards I-95. If you go this way, you're heading basically into Brunswick. Here's the Satilla Shores neighborhood. This is one of two ways to get into the neighborhood. The other way is way over here. There is no other exit out of the neighborhood at all, just right here. So we talked about the defendants and where they reside. So first off, we have the blue circle. If you can see it, the blue circle is 230 Satilla Drive, where the Mcmichaels live. The red circle is where the homicide took place. And the other blue circle is where Mr. Bryan's house is on Burford Drive. So you can kind of see, Satilla Drive kind of comes in, and then it goes into Burford Drive that way at that sort of weird V intersection. There's 230 Satilla Drive in relationship to the homicide location. There's 307 Burford in relationship to the homicide location. So once again, there are our three main locations that we're going to be talking about. We are also going to be talking about 220 Satilla Drive. A lot of us will be using shorthand, 220. It is an open, unsecured construction site. The land is owned not by any of the defendants, no, by Larry and Amy English. It's under construction and it's wide open. There's no front door. There's no back door. There's no garage door. There's no garage door on the boat. completely and utterly wide open, and it had been this way for over a year because Larry English was trying to act as a general contractor and finish the house himself. This open, unsecured construction site has absolutely no trespassing signs on it. None whatsoever. It also has no fence around the property at all. So where is it? It's at 220. There's 230. So ladies and gentlemen, what you have is you have 220, 222, 224, 226, 228, and then 230, which is the Mcmichaels house. In addition, one of the things I want to point out to you is you may have heard some of the names of the witnesses in this case. So right across this street, right here, is Jones Road. And you've got Ronnie Olson, Subi Lawrence, and Albenze, Matt Albenze's house. You can't really see him because of all the trees, but here's the open construction site. This is Jones Road. Ronnie Olson, Subi Lawrence, and right here, Matt Albenze. This is what it looks like. You can see it. No front door, no rear door, open garage doors. 220 Satilla Drive. Now, Larry English will tell you, because here's the thing. Larry English has health issues. So Larry English is not going to be here to testify. Larry English gave a deposition. All right? You will see that deposition because it was videotaped. And Larry English is going to tell you that he met the Mcmichaels only a few times, like one or two times. However, Greg Mcmichael in his statement says that he doesn't even know Larry English. Mcmichaels had never been given permission to be at 220, nor had they ever received a warning not to be there. Larry English is going to tell you that there were lots of looky-loos. And Larry English had started to have concerns about liability. You know why? Because somebody told him that kids were starting to go out on his dock in the back. So we're talking about in 2019, right? So Larry English is thinking, okay, I'm building this house under construction. I got this issue, okay, with these kids. So he starts to get cameras. Here's the thing. The other thing Larry English is going to tell you is nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in 2019 or 2020. Larry English is going to tell you that nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in 2019 or 2020. What he is going to tell you is that sometime during late October of 2019, sometime November of 2019, he is over at the construction site and he gets on a ladder and he looks down and he sees inside of his boat and he's like, oh, some stuff's missing. Oh my gosh, when did this happen? So some stuff has been stolen out of his boat, and it's expensive stuff. We're talking like $2,500 worth of stuff that's stolen out of his boat. He's upset. But here's the problem. This boat had been back and forth to Douglas because Larry English lives 2 hours away from Satilla Shores. Larry English lives 2 hours away. So one of the reasons he went and got these cameras was he wanted to be able to see what was going on if the kids were on the dock. And these cameras would do motion activated. And they'd come up and they'd do a little 10-second, 30-second video of what the person was doing on his phone 2 hours away. So then, 2 hours away, he'd have to call 911 if someone was on that video. But here's the thing. He's going back and forth to Douglas with this boat. So he doesn't call the police to report this because he doesn't know when his items were stolen. He doesn't know where his items were stolen. Were they stolen when it was in Douglas? Was it stolen when it was at 220 Satilla Drive? And he doesn't know who took it. And here's the thing. He goes through a list of suspects in his head. He's thinking it's his contractors. You know, the AC guys were probably doing this. Then it's those looky-loos. Some people have been on my property. Then he's thinking, wait a second, when I parked it in Douglas, there were these 4 teenagers going through this parking lot. So he's got all these different theories. He has no idea who actually did steal his stuff out of his boat. and he only discovered it in the early part of November of 2019. So October of 2019 comes, and he's got these concerns about liability, and he's concerned about the kids on the dock, and he installs cameras in the dock area. He does. And what happens? He gets a looky-loo. On October 25th, 2019, at 10:04 in the evening, Mr. Arbery is seen on the dock video. You're going to get to see it. Okay? He's on the dock. He's wandering around. He does not take anything. Doesn't steal anything. He's wandering around on this dock, looking around. And Larry English calls 911 to report it. The thing is, Mr. Arbery leaves by the time 911 shows up. He's gone, because he only spends a few minutes looking around, wandering around, and then he leaves. But Larry English calls 911, you'll be able to hear that 911 call. Then we have November 17th of 2019 at 10:21 p.m. We have a white couple that show up together, a man and a woman, and they're carrying a bag. So Larry English calls 911, and he's like, I think these are the people who stole my stuff. They're carrying a bag. I think they're there to go ahead and steal some more of my stuff. He wants the police to go. Of course, this white couple also leaves before the police arrive. But they are the people at this point in time that Larry English is suspecting, oh, they've stolen my stuff. Then what do we have? November 18th at 6:53, the very next night, Mr. Arbery is back. He's now on video inside the house. So what Larry English did is he had it out in the dock with the cameras. He's now installed inside the house some cameras. So up it comes. It's Mr. Arbery. Here's the funny thing about that 911 call. When Mr. English calls 911 on November 18th, he starts talking about the white couple. I called last night, and there was this white couple, and I think they're the ones who stole my stuff. That's what he says in the 911 call about Mr. Arbery. And then we have Larry English calling 911 on December 1st of 2019. He's calling because word on the street, or the rumor mill, or hearsay, however you want to say it, he gets information that the white couple is now living under the Fancy Bluff Bridge. Okay, so remember that big overview? You saw 17? The Fancy Bluff Bridge is just right there as you head towards Brunswick. So he wants the police to go out there and check out whether that white couple is still living homeless underneath the Fancy Bluff Bridge, because he's gotten some word on the street rumor to that effect. But he calls 911 to have the police go check it out. Then we have December 17th of 2019. By this point in time, Mr. English has gotten Officer Rash's personal cell phone number, or not personal cell phone number, but a cell phone number to call him. So on December 17th, his camera phone thing goes off. Oh, somebody's over there. Okay. Mr. Arbery's at the open unsecured construction site. He's there for a few minutes, and the actual time when he got there is unknown because Mr. English didn't call 911. He called Officer Rash. And ladies and gentlemen, here's what Mr. English saw on his video for December 19th of 2019. That's it. That's Mr. Arbery wandering around inside. Doesn't take anything, doesn't steal anything, doesn't damage anything. Here's another camera angle, same night. Doesn't take anything, doesn't steal anything. And so Larry English calls Officer Rash. But here's the problem. Officer Rash isn't working that night. So Officer Rash is like, I'm off duty. I'm not in the neighborhood. I'm not in my patrol car to come and respond. So he basically says to him, listen, call 911. Call the police. And at that point, before Larry English can do that, this is what happens. I'm going to replay that. That was a little weird. It was not as smooth as it should have been. And there's Mr. Arbery jogging off. Now, what's a little hard to see here, I want to point this out, is what's up at the top of the screen here. This is the view out the front. So Ronnie Olson's house is over here. Where these mailboxes are, that's the street down Jones. And once again, these lights are Subi Lawrence's house. So you saw that Mr. Arbery ran off on his jog towards Subi Lawrence's house and then into the neighborhood. Okay, so into the neighborhood. In other words, down towards the Mcmichaels household. What happens next is this. On January 1st of 2020, bright, sunshiny, cold day, 10:30 a.m., 54 days prior to the homicide, Travis Mcmichael's handgun is stolen out of his unlocked pickup truck in front of 230 Satilla Drive. Greg Mcmichael went and moved it. He left it unlocked, and somebody came along. It's unsolved, and there's absolutely no evidence that Mr. Arbery is the one who went and stole Travis Mcmichael's handgun in broad daylight on January 1st of 2020. But this happened, and Travis Mcmichael called up. That brings us to February 11th of 2020 at 7:30 p.m. This is 12 days before the murder. So what happens on February 11th, 2020? Travis Mcmichael goes out in his car. He's coming back in to the neighborhood. And he sees Mr. Arbery at the location. Why does he recognize him? Because guess what Larry English has been doing in the meantime? Larry English has been talking to his neighbor, Diego Perez. Remember how we talked about 220, 222, 224. At 224, there's a man named Diego Perez. And his wife, Brooke Perez, and their kids. They all live there. And Larry English has been sharing these videos that you're going to see, that I just showed you, with Diego Perez. And Diego Perez has been going around sharing them with other neighbors. Because they're trying to identify who this guy is so somebody can tell him, please stop coming. Please stop showing up at night, because we have to call the police, and then the police show up, and then nobody's there. So these videos have been shared, and people have seen them. So Travis Mcmichael, who knows about this, not personally knows about it, this is all hearsay, word on the street, you know, he's seen these videos, hasn't talked to Larry English personally, but he goes ahead and goes past the house. This is his neighbor's house, right? Okay, he's concerned. He sees somebody out in front of it. He actually stops and puts some headlights on him. You can actually see the headlights in the video. And at that point, he goes ahead and goes home. So Travis Mcmichael goes home, gets his dad, Greg Mcmichael. They both get their guns, get back in the truck, and go back down the open unsecured construction site. And that's when Travis Mcmichael calls 911. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, nobody has ESP, nobody can read minds, nobody can tell what's happening. Because in the meantime, when the camera went off, guess what Larry English did? He didn't call the police. Larry English called Diego Perez. Okay? So what we've got is we've got Travis going down to his house, they're getting their stuff, getting their guns, coming back, calling 911. In the meantime, Diego Perez is coming out, okay, because he's been called by Larry English. And then the police show up. So you got all these people out in this neighborhood, and don't get me wrong, property crimes, people are concerned. Nobody likes to live in a neighborhood where there are property crimes, right? People are very concerned about property crimes. But this is basically what happens is Officer Rash shows up with two other officers. You got all the neighbors out there and everybody's looking around. Well, here's the thing. What does Mr. Arbery do? He shows up, he wanders around for a few minutes, and he leaves. So by the time Travis has gone down, gotten his dad, by the time Diego Perez has been called, Mr. Arbery has left. He's not there. But this is what's really important, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Rash has a conversation with Greg and Travis Mcmichael that evening about this person who's unknown to them, who is wandering around inside the open, unsecured construction site. And this is on body cam video. And this is what is said.
It's got a dumpster out there driving. It's black right in there. Matter of fact,
I'm going to back it up. It appears that the computer is trying to catch up with itself. I'm going to try this again.
got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's blacks right in there. Is that right? Driveway. There's blacks right in there. Well, I'm here for an actual alleged whatever.
It looks like.
Down up his boyfriend. They only had daughter.
Why don't you stop it for a second?
I will. If I can get some out support to cooperate with you, then we'll go ahead and stop.
But like he's home.
If I may give it one more try, it seems to be catching up with itself.
Let's just give it a moment to see whether or not it actually loads.
Alright, if I can get out of that.
I think it's a video that's embedded in the PowerPoint.
It is embedded in the PowerPoint just to show the one clip, and it seems the PowerPoint's having a little trouble with the volume of the sound loading up. Technology.
Is it on the disc or is it loaded on the television at this point?
It's on the disc.
It needs to be on the television in order for it to fully download. I think everything.
Perhaps it would be a good time for the morning break, a bit earlier than usual.
Let's finish opening for the state. Yeah.
Alright, I'm actually just going to move on because I'm going to tell you what was said. No. Problem is, ladies and gentlemen, if I try and find this exact little clip in an hour's worth of body cam video, we're going to be here another 15 minutes, so I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to tell you what was said. Officer Rash is standing there, and you know what he says to the Mcmichaels? He says, I'm talking to Mr. English right now, and he sent me some videos, and Mr. English says that this guy has never stolen or taken anything from this property. So the Mcmichaels at this point in time are fully informed that the owner of the house has informed law enforcement that Mr. Arbery has never taken anything from this property. They know this. Greg Mcmichael, of course, pipes up and says, well, it's at least criminal trespass. A misdemeanor, okay? And at that point, Officer Rash goes, well, it's probably loitering and prowling, okay? Also a misdemeanor. And this is the discussion they're having out in front of this particular house about the fact that Mr. Arbery has never taken anything, that the videos have been sent to Officer Rash. Officer Rash has looked at him, and Officer Rash says, well, it looks like he's just plundering around in there, wandering around inside there. At no time on this video do you hear the words burglary or attempted burglary. No one's talking about a burglary or an attempted burglary with Officer Rash. They're actually out there trying to figure out, because Officer Rash actually says, nobody knows who this guy is. We're trying to make contact with this guy to tell him to please stop coming back. But at no time did the Mcmichaels, Officer Rash, or anyone talk about burglary. It's all about criminal trespass. It's all about loitering and prowling. And that's what they know 12 days before the homicide. What they know for the owner and the police is that there's no evidence that Mr. Arbery has committed any felony or theft at this location. And what's his routine? I'm talking about Mr. Arbery. What's his routine? October 25th, evening, shut up, wandered around. November 18th, evening, shut up, wandered around, open, unsecured construction site. December 17th, yeah, inside, wandered around for a few minutes, ran off into the Stilla Shores neighborhood before Larry English get off the phone with Rash and call 911 about it, right? Now here's the thing about Larry English. He doesn't keep the daytime photos. He only kept the evening photos or the evening videos that he sent to Officer Rash. So we don't have or know how many times Mr. Arbery went into the open, unsecured construction site without a problem during the day. We don't know, because none of those videos were kept. But right now, what's important is what Greg Mcmichael and Travis Mcmichael knew about this young man. And what they knew is that there was no evidence that he committed any felony or theft at the construction site, per the owner and per the police. And that brings us to what? February 23rd of 2020, a Sunday at 1:08 in the afternoon. Mr. Arbery is on video from Ronnie Olson's house across the street. Yep, Ronnie Olson's not home. But this is just unmanned video he's got. Mr. Arbery walks up in broad daylight on a Sunday afternoon to the open, unsecured construction site. And he stands there in the front yard, and he's looking around. And he's looking around, and he's looking around, he's looking at the house, he goes over this way, he goes over that way. He's out in front of it for a number of seconds, and he's seen by Matthew Albenze, who lives down Jones Road. Okay, remember I showed you the mailboxes? His mailbox is there, so he's out there with his wood chipper, right? And he's doing some stuff, and he notices, this young man out in front. And he knew, because everybody's sharing these videos, this is kind of a problem. We got these looky-loos, right? So, at the Olson video, the one thing I really want you to know when you watch the Olson video is the time is off by an hour and 5 minutes. The time is off by an hour and 5 minutes. When you see the Olson video, it's not the right time. We're talking about 1:08 in the afternoon. Broad daylight, sunny day. Now, we have Larry English's video. So, Mr. Arbery, guess what he's doing again inside the 220 location? That's what he's doing. Walking around, looking around, doing this. Okay? Doesn't take anything, doesn't damage anything. He's inside there, just wandering around. Mr. Albenze, Matt Albenze, who's walked down the street. He's got overalls on. He walks down the street, he stands in the street, he stands under a tree, and he calls 911, but not 911, the non-emergency number. He calls the non-emergency line at 1:08. Mr. Arbery then leaves 220 Satilla Drive, and he runs off really, really quickly down the street into the neighborhood. Not out of the neighborhood, into the neighborhood. Mr. Albenze calls non-emergency 911.
Communications operator student.
Hey.
Okay, do you have your address or that house's address?
Right at 219 or 20 Stilla Drive.
And you said someone's working into it right now?
No, it's all good. It's under construction. He's running right there. There he goes right now.
Okay, what is he doing?
Oh, God. Oh,
Okay, that's fine. I'll get them out there. I just didn't know what he was doing wrong.
is that 911 call is just that bad. He is talking really, really low and you can't hear him. There's a lot of static that's over him. See how you could hear her? What she says is, well, what's he doing wrong? And his answer was, well, he's running down the street. And he says, we've had these problems in this neighborhood, just send somebody out. And of course, an officer's actually dispatched. The police are on their way. This is the thing. Greg Mcmichael is in front of 230 Satilla Drive. He's all alone. And he sees Mr. Arbery running really, really fast down the street. He actually uses the words, hauling ass. Okay, and he is. Mr. Arbery is running really fast down that street. But the whole thing started when I saw this guy running down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, this is driveway decision number 1. Because Greg Mcmichael actually has no idea that Mr. Arbery was inside 220, the open, unsecured construction site. They're on the same side of the street. He's in his driveway working on his boat cushions. He has no idea where Mr. Arbery is coming from, why he's coming from, or anything. He has no idea that Mr. Arbery has just been inside 220. He only sees him running down the street, really fast, hauling ass, but he only sees him running down the street. And what does he decide to do? He runs inside to get his gun. Travis Mcmichael is inside the house. Travis Mcmichael is not outside. Travis Mcmichael doesn't see Mr. Arbery running down the street. He's inside when Greg Mcmichael runs inside. Greg Mcmichael assumed the worst. Greg Mcmichael had absolutely no immediate knowledge, none, that Mr. Arbery had been inside, wandering around for a few minutes, the open, unsecured construction site. No idea. But this is what he tells the police later. This is what he tells the police 2 hours or so later at the Glenn County Police Station. So I thought, well, you know, he's running from somebody. He's just done something. You know, he might have hurt somebody or whatever because, you know, this guy's been in and out of that damn one house over and over and over again, got him on videos and everything. He's assumed the worst and has absolutely no immediate knowledge of any crime whatsoever. And note, he is specifically talking about what he assumed Mr. Arbery had done that day. He's running from somebody. He's just done something. You know, he might have hurt somebody or whatever. He's talking about what he thought he was doing that day. Not any other day, that day. These are the words of Greg Mcmichael. So Greg Mcmichael makes his driveway decision in this case. This is where it all starts, right at this moment, in that driveway. 5 minutes later, Ahmaud Arbery's dead. But this is where it all starts. Greg Mcmichael chooses, specifically, knowingly and intentionally, to arm himself with a handgun because he hauls ass inside of his house and gets his revolver. He gets his son, Travis Mcmichael, who gets his Remington 12-gauge pump shotgun. Travis Mcmichael has his cell phone, but Greg Mcmichael doesn't take his cell phone with him. Doesn't take his cell phone. 60 seconds pass. So what you're going to see on the video from like the Olson residence is about 60 seconds that Mr. Arbery runs past 230, where Greg Mcmichael sees him, and Greg Mcmichael makes his driveway decision to run inside his house and get his son, get his handgun, and have his son get that Remington pump shotgun. Driveway decision 2, Travis Mcmichael. Ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Travis Mcmichael turned to his dad and said, "Calm down. It's Sunday. Call 911. Travis Mcmichael made a decision, a knowing, intelligent decision, to pick up a Remington 12-gauge shotgun and go with his father and get in his pickup truck to go after Mr. Arbery. Driveway decision number 2. He gets in that white F-150 pickup truck, backs out of the driveway, and heads in the direction that Mr. Greg Mcmichael saw Mr. Arbery running. Now here's the thing. In the front of the pickup truck is Travis Mcmichael's kid's car seat. But that doesn't deter Greg Mcmichael. Greg Mcmichael climbs in and sits on that car seat so that they can go chase Mr. Arbery. Driveway decision. After getting his shotgun and getting in his pickup truck, Travis Mcmichael later tells the police, this is later, after Mr. Arbery's been killed, that at one point in time he saw Mr. Albenze point one time down the street, so he assumed something was up. The words of Travis Mcmichael, I assumed. All right, and Mr. Albenze does this. Mr. Albenze is like standing under the tree, he's made the 911 call, he's still on call line, he wanders out into the street, okay, he wanders far enough up in front of Diego Perez's house, and he does this, and then turns around and walks away. Travis Mcmichael says, yeah, I saw that, so I assumed something was up. There's absolutely no evidence that there was any verbal communication or any phone communication or any communication with the Mcmichaels that Mr. Albenze had seen Mr. Arbery inside 220, the open unsecured construction site. No communication, just the pointing of a finger. Now, Travis Mcmichael, without any immediate knowledge, assumed the worst, and here's what he said. So we stopped, and I said, hey, just want to talk to you. Where are you running from? What are you doing? He has no idea where Mr. Arbery's coming from. He wants to ask him about that. He has no idea of what Mr. Arbery's doing. Where are you running from? What are you doing? Travis Mcmichael and Greg Mcmichael are in a pickup truck, a white pickup truck. Mr. Arbery is a pedestrian. He is running on the streets. And he's asking Ahmaud Arbery about what he's doing that day. Where are you running from? What are you doing that day? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to talk about defendant William Roddy Bryan at 307 Burford. Because when that stop talk happens, pulls up next to Mr. Arbery and he starts questioning Mr. Arbery, Travis Mcmichael does, it's actually captured on video in front of Mr. Bryan's house. Mr. Bryan has the night owl system. Now here's the thing. Mr. Bryan, on this Sunday, is out on the front of his porch and he's out there messing with stuff. He's fixing something, he's got a ladder out there, he's got all this stuff out there. But Mr. Bryan's night owl system works this way. It only comes on when there's movement on the porch, because of course you don't want movement on the street because it would go off all the time with cars and joggers and kids and stuff like that. So it's only when it's near his house. So of course that day he's working on his house and it goes off. Well, there's a video where you see Mr. Bryan do one of these where he notices something and he walks off. The next video, of course, with motion activation starts because Mr. Bryan is moving, but it just captures it right there. And what you see is Travis Mcmichael's white F-150 pickup truck in front of Mr. Bryan's house at 307. And then Mr. Bryan makes his driveway decision. Defendant Bryan sees Mr. Arbery running away from the white pickup truck. And he makes an assumption, because he has absolutely no idea what's been going on. And he joins the Mcmichaels in chasing down Mr. Arbery. He just joins in. Oh, white pickup truck chasing a young man. And he just joins in. night owl video only takes these in the second increments. Now, of course, he's left the porch, so it doesn't come up again. So we don't have a video of what happens next. But what we did see here was what? There's Mr. Arbery. There is the white pickup truck. What's happening here? Mr. Arbery takes off running, and the pickup truck goes to follow him. There's Mr. Bryan. He goes inside to get the keys to his car. And then you'll see him sort of over in this area. There he is. He gets in his truck. You're witnessing his driveway decision to join the Mcmichaels in chasing down Mr. Arbery. So what happened next, ladies and gentlemen? What happened next was this. The Mcmichaels chase Mr. Arbery all the way down Burford, and they cut him off. So, ladies and gentlemen, this started out with Travis Mcmichael going, "Where are you running from? Where are you coming?" And Mr. Arbery ignored them. Mr. Arbery didn't want to have anything to do with them. You can tell that because he ran off. He took off running, you just saw it, and headed down Burford. They decide to cut him off. How do they cut him off? With their pickup truck. This is evidence of false imprisonment and aggravated assault with a pickup truck, because they cut him off with their pickup truck. And it's at this point in time that Greg Mcmichael gets out of the pickup truck. He gets out because he's sitting in that kid's seat, and he gets into the back of the pickup truck. So now he's riding in the back of the pickup truck. What Mr. Arbery does at that point is he turns away from the Mcmichaels, who have now cut him off with the pickup truck, and he runs back down Burford. He runs back down Burford towards Mr. Roddy Bryan. And what did Mr. Roddy Bryan do? Defendant Bryan, you saw him pull up on his driveway and pull back like that? When Mr. Arbery came running this way, he pulled out to try and hit him and ran him into the ditch. False imprisonment on Burford, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle by both parties on Burford to cut off Mr. Arbery. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, Mr. Arbery is under attack by all three of these men. He's under attack. Because that doesn't stop Mr. Bryan that he went into the ditch. Mr. Bryan tries to hit Mr. Arbery 1, 2, 3, 4 different times with his pickup truck. 4 different times with his pickup truck. Mr. Arbery is under attack. The Mcmichaels at this point in time, they decide they're going to take off. They're going to go ahead up around Zellwood Drive and come back down, because they're going to try and cut him off. Because Mr. Bryan's now chasing after him. Mr. Bryan is chasing after Mr. Arbery back towards Satilla Drive, back towards kind of the Mcmichael household or that intersection there. And the thing is, he kind of overshoots Mr. Arbery, doesn't actually hit him, but tries to, but overshoots him. He gets so close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Arbery actually has a palm print on Mr. Bryan's car and white t-shirt fibers that are consistent on that car. Mr. Bryan said, I tried to corner him, and then he tried to reach for my door. Mr. Bryan pulls off. Mr. Bryan then starts to back his truck up into Mr. Arbery as Mr. Arbery tries to go down Satilla Drive to leave the neighborhood. Defendant Bryan redirected Mr. Arbery up Holmes Drive. In the meantime, while Mr. Arbery's running up Holmes Drive with Mr. Bryan behind him, the Mcmichaels have come around and are coming down. The statements of Defendant Bryan. So I just kind of sat there for a minute and didn't really know what to do, and then he was trucking. So he closed in on me quick, and as soon as he got up to me, I overshot the road. I was kind of angled. I overshot the road and forced him, Mr. Arbery, to go down into the ditch right there. Aggravated assault with a motor vehicle. Glenn County Police Department. And I angled my truck at him again. I think he kind of turned around. I missed him or whatever. Now, here's a statement he made at the scene. One time when I cornered him up over here, referring to Burford, he was trying to get in my truck. He tried to get in my door. Mr. Bryan got so close to Mr. Arbery while he was trying to hit him that Mr. Arbery touched the panel and had t-shirt fibers up against it. But from Mr. Bryan's point of view, oh, the guy I'm trying to hit with my car is trying to get in my door. Mr. Bryan at Glenn County PD. I can't say for sure that he wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But after I angled him off the side of the road, and I kind of went on past him because I don't think I hit him. Wish I would have. Might have took him out and not got him shot. But I probably got past him a little and he came up on me and I could see him in my mirror. He was coming for the door. I seen his hands right behind the door. Ladies and gentlemen, what's important about this statement? After I angled him off the side of the road, I kind of went on past him. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But remember, this is all after he's used his 5,000-pound lethal weapon to angle him off the side of the road. Mr. Bryan again. Yeah, towards the entrance, but I confronted him again, angled at him again. Right before we got to the road he's lying on, right at that house that's on the left-hand side. Confronted him again. Here we go. I was fixing. I put it in reverse and was going to back up at him. And that's when he made his move to go down the road it happened on. Mr. Bryan is indicted as a party to the crime. As a party to the crime. Because Mr. Bryan kept Mr. Arbery from running down Satilla Drive and out of Satilla Shores. He redirected him with his vehicle. He falsely imprisoned him and forced him to run up Holmes Drive, right into who was coming? The Mcmichaels. Mr. Bryan. All right, so I backed up and started going down that way. He's talking about on Holmes Drive now. I think I angled at him again. Kind of forced him off the road or something right in here. And he turned around. He turned around right in here. The black guy did. He turned around, maybe down this far or so, but he turned around and started running back the other way, and I pulled into a drive or something and started to turn around. And that brings us to the video. Before we go and look at the video, I want you to understand two things. First, when Mr. Bryan spoke to Officer Minshew at the scene, he said, "I have a video." And Officer Minshew tried to copy it, but it was too long, so he made a short copy. The video you're about to see is much longer than anything anyone's seen on TV, if you happen to have seen it before. The route that we're talking about that Mr. Bryan took is this route. Came out of his house, and that's where we saw the video. Comes this way, goes here, backs up at him, and then heads up here. Mr. Arbery turns around actually somewhere in here, but Mr. Bryan keeps going, pulls into a driveway, and then chooses specifically to come back down to the location where Mr. Arbery is eventually shot and killed. All right, so I backed up and started going down that way. I think I went the wrong way. I did go the wrong way. With this is where the Mcmichaels went. Down here. They're in front of Brian's house. We saw the Night Owl video. They go down this way. Now here's the problem. We don't know, because we don't have it on video, how far Mr. Arbery had to run down Burford before he turned around and ran back toward defendant Brian's house. We don't know how long this was or how much running he had to do or where he got turned around or where the Mcmichaels cut him off at. We just know that they cut him off somewhere on Burford. But he runs back this way, but the Mcmichaels keep going. They go up Zellwood, they go here, and they go down here. And they post up there to lie in wait. This is Mr. Arbery's path. House under construction, past the Mcmichael house. Here, down somewhere here, we don't know exactly where. Back towards Mr. Brian's house. And then he's redirected to go up here. He turns around, he comes back down. But he also runs back up and then runs back down. You're going to see that on the video. We don't actually know how many times he was running up and down here, running up and down here. We just know that he was running from all three defendants for 5 minutes. Mr. Arbery ran away from these three defendants in their pickup trucks for 5 minutes. There's the combination of everything that took place. So how do you know Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was under attack by strangers with intent to kill him? Because Greg Mcmichael told the police this: "Stop or I'll blow your fucking head off." That's what he said to Mr. Arbery, because he wanted to make sure Mr. Arbery knew Greg Mcmichael was not playing. Now, when he yelled this at Mr. Arbery is unclear, because it's not what he's saying on his 911 call. So we don't know exactly when Greg Mcmichael said to Mr. Arbery, "Stop, I'll blow your fucking head off." But that's what Greg Mcmichael said to Mr. Arbery. How do we know? He told the police he said it. Ladies and gentlemen, the video is a small part of a bigger picture. You ever go by those construction sites where they have the big fences up and they've got the tarp and everything? And then sometimes the tarp flaps back so you can kind of see what's happening inside? Okay? That's what the video is. It's showing you only a little part of the attack on Ahmaud Arbery. It's a much bigger picture. It's assumptions and driveway decisions. Mr. Arbery ran away from them for 5 minutes, up and down Burford. Then 4 times Mr. Brian tries to hit him with his pickup truck. He's redirected up Holmes. sound did not play. You should have. There's actually sounds of this video, and we will have it figured out by the time we tender this into evidence for you. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw was Mr. Arbery. See the blue mailbox? This is really important. That blue mailbox right there, Mr. Arbery is right there. He's being pursued, attacked by Defendant Brian, and he turns around. Runs back. Mr. Brian goes down, turns around, but he's dropped the phone, which is why we can't see anything. That's what's happening. That phone is down in the well while Mr. Brian continues to drive up, then continues to drive back down. At one point in the time, he mumbles to himself, I'm going to keep going. And he does. And he follows Mr. Arbery, driving him toward the Mcmichaels, who are parked at the intersection of Holmes and Satilla Drive. Now, once again, right here, there's that blue mailbox. And see how Mr. Arbery is only just right here? He had run away from the Mcmichaels, and now he's being driven back towards the Mcmichaels, based on where this blue mailbox is. And what's difficult to see, what you just saw, was Travis Mcmichael raising up his shotgun. That Remington 12 gauge. For absolutely no reason, because where's Mr. Arbery? Look how far Mr. Arbery is. Mr. Arbery's under attack. He's being driven forward by Mr. Brian in his pickup truck. He's running away from this pickup truck that's already tried to hit him 4 times toward the Mcmichaels. Travis Mcmichael is out of the car with his shotgun. And as Mr. Arbery runs toward him, he pulls up the shotgun and points it at him. Mr. Arbery rounds the corner and is shot the first time. And the struggle ensues. How do you know this was an attack on Mr. Arbery? Because Greg Mcmichael said it perfectly. Mr. Arbery was trapped like a rat. That's what he told the police. Trapped like a rat. Given the sound and what's going on, I'm going to go ahead and see if this will play. We'll see if it works.
Hello. 911, what's the address emergency? I'm not here. The black male running down the street. Where at Satilla Shores? I don't know what street we're on. Sir. Hello, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what you heard was, stop, goddammit, stop. That's Mr. Arbery coming around the truck. You heard a little sound. That's the shotgun blast. Travis is after the shotgun blast took place. Greg Mcmichael, at 1:14 p.m., in about 9 seconds, is making that 911 call. Remember, Mr. Albenze called at 1:08. This is 1:14. Greg Mcmichael has now made the 911 call. This is after they've all been, Mr. Arbery's been attacked, Mr. Arbery's been chased, Mr. Arbery's been yelled at, Mr. Arbery's life has been threatened, all of this. And what does he say? His emergency is, this is the emergency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out here in Satilla Shores and there's a black male running down the street. That's the emergency. Ladies and gentlemen, here's some still shots so that you can see. There's Travis Mcmichael pointing the gun at Mr. Arbery. See how far away he is? There's a better view as Mr. Arbery tries to go this way, go that way. Travis Mcmichael is blocking the street. His truck's in one lane, he's in the other lane. What's that called? False imprisonment. Mr. Arbery then runs this way to get around the truck. Comes over to the side. Comes around. And ladies and gentlemen, this is really important. What you're seeing here are two really, really important things. Right here is Travis Mcmichael's head. Travis Mcmichael's head. You see the shadow underneath? This is really important. The reason the shadow is important is because it shows Travis Mcmichael's shadow. It shows this long thing, the Remington 12-gauge shotgun, and it shows Mr. Arbery right here. This truck blocks exactly what took place. But you can see this is where Travis Mcmichael is. There's the shotgun, and this is where Mr. Arbery is, right there. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, Travis Mcmichael did not stay on the driver's side of the pickup truck. He didn't stay right here where his dad was in a higher position. That door is open. What did Travis Mcmichael do with that shotgun? He stepped around that open door and moved toward Mr. Arbery. He's got his shotgun and he's moving toward him to intercept him. He's right here in front of the car, right? And Mr. Arbery comes around and he shoots him. Shoots him like that. First shotgun blast in the front of that car. Went from there to there. Now the Glenn County Police wanted to make sure that they could try maybe and enhance this somehow. So they went ahead and they sent it off. It's a little odd to look at, but it's got some enhancements so you can fully see exactly what's happening. Shotgun goes up. Benze's 911 call was at 1:08, as Greg Mcmichael stated. But the whole thing started when I saw this guy running down the street. No immediate knowledge of any crime having been committed by Mr. Arbery. And here's the truly, truly tragic part of this whole entire thing. Officer Minshew, who was dispatched due to Mr. Albenze's 911 call, was in Satilla Shores and heard the shots. He was driving about 5 miles an hour down Satilla Drive, looking for the suspicious person. And he heard the shots. The statements of the defendants. One thing I want to be really, really clear with you about, and it's important, is that everything they talk about is what they thought Mr. Arbery was doing that day. That day. Travis Mcmichael. This is what Travis Mcmichael says. He runs to the right side of my truck. I stand on the left side of my truck. I'm waiting. Get by. Right? As in passenger side? Passenger side. Yes, sir. Running towards the passenger side. Travis Mcmichael is telling the cops, oh, I was just waiting for the guy to go by. He either came back to the left side or came to the right, and I'm backing up. I'm telling him to quit. Stop coming at me. Stop coming at me. I see where it's going quick. I got the shotgun in my hand. He comes up. Is it pointed at him at that point? Or, yeah, it's pointed at him. He admits he never stopped pointing the shotgun at Mr. Arbery. But here's the problem. Look at this statement. He either came back to the left side or came to the right, and I'm backing up. I'm telling him to quit, to stop coming at me, stop coming at me. Travis Mcmichael's the one who went to the front of the truck. Mr. Arbery comes around the corner, shotgun immediately happens. And what does Travis Mcmichael say? And this is at the very beginning of his statement. So this is, he's been read his Miranda rights, he's sitting down with the officers, he's talking to them, and this is the very first thing kind of he starts describing it. He comes up to that driveway, squares up with me, I put, I shoot. Squares up with me. Squares up with me. Now don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen. During the rest of his statement, Travis Mcmichael goes on to say that Mr. Arbery attacked him. Okay? He goes on to say that I was acting in self-defense. He goes on to describe his thought process while they were struggling over the shotgun, that Mr. Arbery was going to get the shotgun away from him, and that if Mr. Arbery did, he'd get shot. Okay? But remember, this is 2 hours later at the police station. It's really important to note, ladies and gentlemen, this. The medical examiner is going to come in here and he's going to talk about his opinion as to the order of shots. The very first shot is to the torso. And Travis Mcmichael acknowledges that. Yeah, I shot him right in the chest. Here's the thing. He didn't hit him in here. Nuh-uh. He was holding the gun low. When he shot him, it went right here. And when it went right here into him, it actually came out here. So I want you to think about this. Okay? Front to back, no horizontal deviation. Straight through. But it hit him here and came out this way. His torso's turned. Here's the other thing the medical examiner is going to tell you. He was also shot in the wrist at the same time. There's a shotgun pointed at him. His wrist is a mess, but it's not a fatal injury. There's arterial spurt coming out of it. His heart beats, but he is shot here. The medical examiner is going to tell you that this motion is consistent. Now, he's also going to tell you it's consistent with him trying to grab it, all that kind of stuff too. But he comes around to find Travis Mcmichael has moved in on him, and he's shot in the wrist, and then shot in the torso, and all the pellets are right here in his back. When you watch the video, you'll note that he's wearing a white t-shirt, and it starts to expand across his chest as he keeps fighting with Travis over the shotgun. He's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, this was lethal. This killed him. He just didn't fall down and die right then and there. He went ahead and struggled, as you see in the video, with Travis Mcmichael over that shotgun. There was a second shot. Do you remember seeing the spray and the stuff? The medical examiner doesn't think that hit anything. And then when they come back in view, they're struggling over the shotgun. The next blast is right here. Major artery here. His arm falls like this. It's useless. And he stumbles away because blood has accumulated from this shot into his stomach cavity. You see a bunch of ribs got broken, and all this blood is flowing into his stomach cavity at this point in time. But it hasn't stopped his heart, and there's arterial spurt coming out. That's how the medical examiner knows that it was this. At the end of the interview, by Detective Noe Hilly with Travis Mcmichael, he asks him this: do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? Because Travis is all over the place. I want to say he did, but I honestly can't remember. Ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no evidence that Travis Mcmichael went, I shot him because he grabbed my shotgun. That's not what Travis Mcmichael says at all. This isn't about grabbing the shotgun. I want to say he did, but I honestly can't remember. I mean, me and him, we were face to face the entire time. Also of note, Mr. Arbery had nothing on him. No backpack, no bag, no cell phone, no ID, no wallet, no keys, no gun, no weapon. Mr. Arbery couldn't have even called for help if he wanted to, because he had no cell phone on him. There's absolutely no evidence in this case that anyone was making an arrest. Not one single defendant said, Mr. Arbery had a weapon. Not one single defendant said, Mr. Arbery made any verbal threats or gestures. Mr. Arbery said nothing during the 5 minutes he ran from the defendants. No one, not one single defendant said, I saw him commit the crime of blah, blah, blah today. Mr. Bryan was on his front porch. Travis Mcmichael was sitting inside his living room. Greg Mcmichael was in his driveway. What's your emergency? There's a black male running down the street. No one said, I was making a citizen's arrest today. Not one single person used those words. No one said, I was trying to arrest him for the crime of fill in the blank. No one said that. Not one single defendant ever said, I was trying to arrest him. Or mentioned what crime it is that they actually thought he committed. No one said, I told him that he was under arrest. I mean, come on, how do you arrest somebody? You're under arrest. Put your hands, blah, 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 right? Isn't that how you arrest somebody? You tell them you're under arrest. No one ever said, well, I told the guy he was under arrest for the crime of, whatever crime it is. No one ever said that. But here's what Greg Mcmichael did say, and this is really important, because once again, Greg Mcmichael's talking about February 23rd, 2020. Is he picking up anything, going through anything? You know, not that I recall. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there. Or if he did, it was early on in the process. No immediate knowledge of any crime in the past or on that day. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there. Or if he did, it was early on in the process. Meaning I don't have any information about it. I don't know anything about that. No one said, we have evidence that he stole items off of Larry English's boat back in November of 2019, so we're trying to arrest him for burglary or theft or anything like that. No one ever talks about Larry English's boat during any of these interviews. Really important. Did this guy break into a house today? Did he commit a burglary today? What did he do today that you have immediate knowledge of? That's just it. I don't know, says Greg Mcmichael. And look at what he does. He says, well, you know, that's what I told, what's her name out there? I said, listen, you might want to go knock on some doors because, you know, I'm sure he did something. And if you police officers would just go and investigate that, I'm sure you could figure out what crime it was that he committed today. I'm sure you could. Just go out. I mean, you should investigate. Now that we've killed him, figure out what crime it was that he was committing. I said, listen, you might want to go knock on doors down there because this guy just done something because he was fleeing from. I don't know. He might have gone in somebody's house. He might have gone in somebody's house? No immediate knowledge of anything or any crime that Mr. Arbery committed that day. What you don't hear is, I thought he committed a burglary. What you don't hear is criminally attempting to burglarize this person's house, and I personally saw it, like any of these defendants. That's not what you hear from them. The only time Greg Mcmichael actually uses the word arrest, and he does use the word, he uses it one time. But anyway, in my mind, there's a good possibility this guy's armed. That was my thought process. And my intention was to stop this guy, so he could be arrested or be identified at the very least. All right, let's pick this apart for a minute. But in my mind, there's a good possibility this guy's armed on him. And yet his driveway decision is to purposefully chase after and confront a man they now claims he thought was armed. His driveway decision. We'll go ahead and pick apart the statement a little more. And my intention was to stop this guy so that, one, he could be arrested. Notice how he didn't say for what. He didn't say so he could be arrested for the crime of this, the crime of that, or anything. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there, or if he did, it was early on in the process. Did this guy break into a house today? That's just it. I don't know. But the alternative for, well, my intention was to stop this guy so that he could be arrested, we don't know for what, was, well, he should be identified at the very least. The evidence is that Mr. Arbery is dead because they wanted to know who he was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the home stretch. So what happens with Glenn County Police Department that evening is they go ahead and they interview everybody. Crime scene tech comes to the scene, takes photos, collects the evidence, collects the shotgun. Body cam video captures initial statements. Travis Mcmichael is transported down to the police station. He's covered in blood. Greg Mcmichael leaves the scene with the white pickup truck and drives it back to his house so he can change clothes. Mr. Bryan actually has already left the scene by the time the crime scene tech gets there. You won't see his truck in any of the crime scene photos. He was allowed to leave and go home, which he does, and he begins to work on his porch again. And then they realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have done that, and they ask him to come back to the scene, and then they ask him to please bring his truck to the police station so that they can fingerprint it now. And he did. All three defendants cooperated. Mr. Bryan brought his truck back and showed Detective Lowry, here's where he touched it, here's the fingerprint place. And they fingerprinted it, and it's Mr. Arbery's palm print on the car. They went ahead and collected the shotgun, took photos of Travis Mcmichael, interviewed everybody, and then all three defendants went home. The next day, they went and collected video from some people like Mr. Olson. Diego Perez had handed over his video on the day of the shooting. And they reviewed all the video. They reviewed the statements. They even kind of went back out and tried to canvass the neighborhood a little bit. And then the investigation stalled. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the investigation stalling has absolutely nothing to do with whether they're guilty or not guilty. You're going to come back with guilty or not guilty based on their actions on February 23rd, 2020. Suffice it to say, the investigation stalled and nothing happened. Until the GBI got involved. Special Agent Richard Dial of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was assigned this case on the evening of May 5th of 2020. At that point in time, he reviewed the Glenn County Police Department file and all the videos. The GBI then went over to interview Larry English. They did a thorough canvass of the neighborhood, went through Satilla Shores, talked to everybody. He obtained other evidence to either confirm or debunk tips that were pouring in, speculation that was pouring in, rumor that they wanted to go ahead and investigate. So they do all of those things. Special Agent Richard Dial then made the arrest of Travis and Greg Mcmichael on May 8th of 2020 for felony murder. Mr. Bryan, who was completely cooperative, Mr. Bryan was really cooperative. He came in to talk to Special Agent Seacrest. Special Agent Seacrest interviewed him on May 11th, then interviewed him again on May 13th, and Mr. Bryan even got in the car with Agent Seacrest and went through a drive through Satilla Shores to show him where he was during this whole entire incident. The problem is by the time we get to May 13th, Mr. Bryan's telling Agent Seacrest, Oh, I didn't try and hit him with the car. Arrested defendant Brian on May 21st, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendants assumed the worst about Mr. Ahmaud Arbery and made their driveway decisions. They didn't simply follow Mr. Arbery in their truck. There's absolutely no evidence that there was something that kept their white pickup truck from going 5, 6, 7 miles per hour. They didn't just simply follow him. Greg Mcmichael and Travis Mcmichael sought to confront Mr. Arbery and took their guns with them to do it. All three of the defendants cut him off with their trucks, or tried to, on Burford. They then used their pickup trucks as lethal weapons. Because when you force somebody off the road, a pedestrian with a pickup truck, you're angling your truck at him, called aggravated assault. All three trapped him like a rat between their two pickup trucks on Holmes. Mr. Bryan coming up from behind, Mr. Arbery running towards Travis Mcmichael, who's out of the car with the shotgun. Yeah, Greg Mcmichael's on the phone, finally, with 911 at that point, yes. But Travis Mcmichael steps out with his shotgun and points it at Mr. Arbery when he's yards and yards away. They worsened the entire situation by threatening to kill him. Stop or I'll blow your fucking head off. That's what Greg Mcmichael said to...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I hate to interrupt her. This is argument. This is closing argument.
Let's keep it focused on what the state would expect the evidence to show at trial.
Yes, Judge. The evidence that the state expects to show at trial is that Greg Mcmichael yelled at Ahmaud Arbery, "Stop, or I'll blow your..." The evidence the state expects to show at trial is this was an attack on Mr. Arbery for 5 minutes, and the only thing Mr. Arbery did was to run away. They assumed that he must have committed some crime that day. "Stop, we want to talk to you," is not an arrest. Ahmaud runs away, they cut him off, try to hit him with the pickup trucks, and the shotgun comes out. Why? Because he wouldn't stop? So they could identify him? So that the police could later investigate what it was that he must have done that day. Ladies and gentlemen, these three defendants committed 4 felonies against Mr. Arbery. And it all started when Greg Mcmichael saw him running down the street. They committed these 4 felonies in violation of his personal liberty before he finally tried to run around their truck, as you saw in the evidence, and get away from these strangers, complete strangers, who had already told him that they would kill him. And that they killed him. At the end of the presentation of the state's evidence, ladies and gentlemen, the state is going to come back and the state is going to ask you to find them guilty on every single charge in this indictment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Let's plan on about 10 minutes, and we'll continue with the presentations of opening statements. Again, during breaks, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't go looking for any information about the case. And all of the other instructions that I've provided you will apply. Thank you.
Let's all rise for a jury, please.
All right, thank you. You can all be seated. A bit of a timing quandary. I assume there's been some rehearsal of openings. Estimate time-wise?
Judge, I would think mine's going to be about 45 minutes or so.
It's actually not as bad as I thought time-wise.
Very short-winded.
All right, what I might do then is I might, let's take a short recess, we'll come back, we'll address Travis Mcmichael's opening, and then we'll take a full break for lunch. We plan on doing it that way.
And when we return, Your Honor, there's a few things I want to put on the record with respect to the opening statement.
Likewise.
Okay. Why don't we do that when we come back?
Thank you.
All right. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
miss anything.
See you, Clerk.
All right, we're back on. All of the defendants are present, represented by counsel. I've got a couple folks standing who I'll take the person closest to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number one, I wanted to point out to the court, and I'll tell you that the remedy that we were seeking, the state said this phrase, "Then the investigation stalled and nothing happened." That was preceded by the state saying that that GCPD let the guys go home, no one was arrested, and then it stalled and nothing happened until the GBI came in and did their work. Ms. Dunikoski did point out that that should not be held against the defense, but I point out that we litigated this issue. The state filed motion 4.54, a motion to exclude mention or reference to any argument concerning George Barnhill's letter to Captain Tom Jump of the GCPD, or his meeting with GCPD about this case, or Barnhill's opinion of this case. That got expanded to the notion of whether any discussion about Jackie Johnson, and this was before her arrest, could be addressed. And in open court, the court accepted the agreement between the parties on the record that we would not be addressing the time lapse that was between the date of February 23rd and the May arrest. In fact, we knew that one of the reasons was it was incendiary, and especially after Jackie Johnson's arrest. So it was so important and so critical that we included it in voir dire, and most of the people who responded raised their hands and said that they had an opinion about the lapse of time and were questioned about what they knew about that, and many of them had knowledge of some connection, they believed, to Greg Mcmichael. And again, I point out the court's bond order denying bond, in which one of the reasons set forth by this court was a connection that this court drew between that lapse of time, Jackie Johnson's decision concerning the way she handled her recusal, and that the Mcmichaels, specifically Greg Mcmichael, may have played some role in that. I can pull the bond order up a little later. There's no written order, so we are not moving for a mistrial for the court for the state having violated that agreement that the court accepted as a resolution to the state's motion. But what we are asking is that the court know that the state cannot introduce evidence that suggests that there is a time lapse or that nothing happened or that GCP didn't act, and then just leave it hanging out there for the jury to draw any inference from. There should simply be, based on our discussions with the state, the GCPD investigation, and then whatever it is they believe that's relevant about what the GBI did, with no comment and no evidence concerning that time lapse. That's number one.
Let me just.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We join in the motion, Your Honor, and we might want to address it when she's done.
Well, no, let's address the defense side of it, and let's instead of ping-ponging this back and forth.
May I just go as part of the Mcmichael team?
May we confer?
No, I don't need to confer. You can make yours. I'm going to make
Oh.
an additional statement. That's all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, if I could have a moment, I want to make sure I'm not mistaken. So.
Just so I understand the request, what I understand is you are trying to put a finer point on and clarify what the agreement was with the state you're not asking the court at this point, excuse me, for any type of instruction, or I just want to make sure I'm clear, or we're just putting it on the record and making sure that we're all on the same page, as I understand it.
Well, I am very sure about what the direction was and what the court is making sure that the state intends to comply with that. An opening statement is supposed to be a window into the evidence they're going to present, so it concerns me as if they would be presenting evidence in support of what they argued in their opening statement.
Okay, understand.
You know, my inclination was to go ahead and make the motion for mistrial. I don't know why we're not doing that. I don't think we're going to be able to unring the bell that has been rung by the prosecution a moment ago. And I'm sure maybe there's an explanation for it, but it sure seemed to me like a violation of the prior understandings upon which we were trying this case. I couldn't even begin to suggest a curative instruction. I don't know how you fix the problem. But the bigger issue, I guess, for me, Your Honor, but beyond that, just anticipating your court's not likely to grant a mistrial before any evidence is actually heard of the case. You know, we had a fairly lengthy discussion the other day. I filed a motion in limine. I sat here with a written motion to sever, ready to be filed, and, you know, we backed away from that. I brought to the court my concern about this after-the-fact conspiracy and how, regardless of the state's intentions, you're not going to be able to separate this thing with Jackie Johnson from the police department, the lapse of time from the other stuff. So, you know, even if the state doesn't grant a mistrial, the state has pushed the Bryan defense closer and closer before they've even started presenting evidence to a severance. Because how would we avoid from Mr. Bryan the spillover effect of all this other prejudicial, extraneous matter, which now the state has put out there in opening, and cleverly, I think, maybe not as clever. I mean, maybe not cleverly. Maybe we'll leave that for later. But we have tied in through the voir dire process, by implication, the knowledge of the jurors about the unindicted fourth defendant and the lapse of time. I think it leads back into all those examinations of the individual jurors. And how do you unring that bell? So, you know, even if the court doesn't grant a mistrial, I'm just putting the state on notice, or the court on notice. I mean, I think at this time, Mr. Bryan's entitled to a severance if he wanted. I haven't had a chance to confer with him. But, I mean, they put us in that situation, and it's just unfortunate. And that's that matter. I have a second matter, but I'll sit down while we finish the first.
And I just want to add what I understand to have happened. Because we did have this conversation where during the presentation of evidence, the state would question Officer Lowry, Investigator Lowry, about what happened on the 23rd by the Glenn County Police, maybe the 24th, and then just end it. Not talk about the lapse of time as a factor in this matter. And what she, Ms. Dunikoski, in fact, did is talk about the investigation stalling and nothing happening until the GBI got involved, which is factually incorrect. Because we know Glenn County Police sent audio and video off to be enhanced. We know they did other things, canvassing neighborhoods and things like that. So not only has she reneged on our understanding of an agreement, but she's now said something factually incorrect that we are now, it's incumbent upon us to correct, which is questioning officers about what they did after February 23rd, after February 24th, 2020. Because they, in fact, did continue to work on the case. Ms. Dunikoski has now misled the jury and rung a bell and asked them not to listen to it.
I assume that's...
I'm only standing so that I don't have to...
I know, but Mr. Sheffield had started, so I understand Mr. Rubin addressed the issue. Well,
I'm just going to...
Yeah. No, I was not suggesting we have two lawyers for the same party jumping up. Okay. All right, from the state.
Thank you, Judge. The state had filed motion 4.54 to exclude mention of reference to our argument regarding District Attorney George Barnhill's letter to Captain Tom Junt, Barnhill's meeting with Glenn County about his case, and Barnhill's opinion about this case. That was the motion in limine. The state did agree that we weren't going to go into Jackie Johnson. This was before her indictment. However, the state objected to the voir dire question about the time lapse, because to the state that inserted the issue in the jurors' minds about the lapse in time. The state felt the question of, do you hold it against the state with the Jackie Johnson situation? Do you know George Barnhill? All those questions, no one from the defense objected to. But, Judge, more importantly, it was not the state's intention to put anything before these jurors. We all know that nothing happened after the 23rd and 24th. There are a few things that did take place, and Parker Marcy is going to testify to that, because he did send away video to ROCIC, and they did enhance it, and I just played it. So the things that Glenn County PD did in the time frame between February and May, that's going to come in because Parker Marcy is going to testify about that. I was simply trying to segue between, hey, they took these interviews, they did all this stuff, and then the next thing happened was this. I thought the most delicate way to do that was to say the investigation stalled, nothing happened, the GBI comes in on the 5th. And once again, what I say in opening is not evidence. So right now, in my opinion, I have not violated any agreement I had with the defense in any way, shape, or form by trying to delicately segue between all of this stuff happened on February 23rd and 24th, and then the GBI comes in on the 5th with a simple segue that certainly doesn't open the door to anything they have to rebut and or address, simply because Glenn County is going to talk about what they did in the interim, and we all know that the GBI came in on the 5th. So I didn't mention Jackie Johnson, I didn't mention Barnhill, I didn't mention any of the things Mr. Goff says. So right now, the state's in total disagreement that the state violated any agreement with the defendants. And there's no need for anybody, I think, to introduce any evidence of anything, because we are going to introduce the evidence of what Glenn County did do in that interim. And then the GBI came in on the 5th, and Dial and Seacrest and Kelly will testify to what they did at that point in time. We ask that you deny Mr. Goff's motion for a mistrial or for any other curative instruction. I'm not really sure what the defense is asking for.
Curative instruction, that's what I was clarifying.
Yes, Your Honor, we don't want to re-ring the bell. I respectfully disagree that that was a delicate and smooth way to transition. The delicate and smooth way to transition would be, since this was opening, to let the jury know that she expected the evidence to show here's what GCP did, and then in May, here's what GBI did when they came in. So my request to the court is to either inquire of or to make sure that the order is secure that the court accepted, and that was, we are not going to discuss in any way this period of time and characterize it as a stall, a lapse, or an absence of activity or action.
And I think I heard that from the state. Ms. Donkowski, I think I also heard that it sounds like there's a disagreement about how artfully the transition was made from the GP, from the Glenn County Police Department portion of the opening to where the GBI came in. Lawyers have a lot of opinions about how artful language may be, and whether it was smooth or not. I think I understand what the motion is. My understanding is that that is not going to be this period of time that occurred between the initial incident, as I think it was defined, and the arrest was not going to be brought before the jury as a part of the case in chief.
With the exception of whatever Glenn County PD did as part of their investigation, sending things off to ROCIC.
Yes, obviously part of the investigation. That's my understanding of where we are.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's clear. As to the mistrial, the court is not going to grant the mistrial on this matter. I believe you had another matter.
Yes, Your Honor. Because it's still fresh in our minds, I want the court to note that we're moving the court to reconsider the order granting the state's motion for a 3-hour closing argument, because what we just heard today was an hour and 35-minute opening that had a whole lot of closing in it. So because that's the case, I don't believe there's any legitimate reason to allow the state to do this again, while the court did sustain, I believe, both of our objections to the way that Ms. Dunikoski was presenting the opening statement. The only remedy that makes sense, even though she continued to do it after you sustained the first objection, is to limit the opportunity for her to basically re-close even longer at the end of this trial.
Was that motion, you said the motion will be made. I assume, you said the motion will be made to
No,
reconsider.
I didn't mean that. I am making the motion now so that you can be aware of it while everything that just happened here during opening is still fresh in your mind. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see the schedule.
Did you want to comment on that?
No.
Different matter.
No, a different matter. But, you know, it's not completely different. I take that back.
I'm assuming if one of the defendants has made a motion, that the state's going to have an opportunity to respond before we get into separate matters. When you stand up before the state responds, I assume that you're joining or adding. So from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did sustain both the defense's objections to my opening. The fact that it took me an hour and 35 minutes to explain all of the evidence I anticipate is actually the reason I need 3 hours for a closing argument. And that closing argument is not going to take place this week and or next week. It will be probably 7 to 10 days from now. So the state requests that 3 hours for closing argument. The state does anticipate splitting that, and hopefully will not use all of it. But the fact that there was this much evidence involved in this case, and it took me that long to get through it, means I really do need those 3 hours. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, at this point, the court's ruling remains. Motion for reconsideration is denied. We'll get into the evidence. If for some reason the court needs to review that, I'll go ahead and do so. Mr. Sheffield, or you got a separate matter?
I had to.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I'm asking that the defense be allowed similar length and latitude in opening statement. And since I know the court is concerned about scheduling, I will be deferring my opening statement till the conclusion of the state's presentation of evidence. And I fully expect the same hour and 15 minutes to hour and 30 minutes that the state took, and the same latitude in statement as opposed to argument that the court so graciously allowed the state.
I'm sure how to respond to that. If an objection is made, I would suggest that we stick to what you, let me back up. So I normally don't think it's a terribly, the optics of this in front of the jury, particularly when they're sitting and listening to openings, a lot of interruptions, a lot of objections, because most lawyers that we have, particularly in a case like this, have tried a case before and understand what an opening statement is. A couple objections were made, and the court sustained those because we were starting to get into argument. It is an opening statement. So, Mr. Goff, if your plan is to get up and argue the facts of the case, and you're letting the court know that, I will tell you that the court does not expect you as a seasoned trial lawyer to be arguing the case in opening. I would expect you to do your opening in terms of what you would expect the evidence to be. Tried to guide the state towards that without the court jumping in or having to spend a lot of time on motions, and I hope that everybody else will be able to tailor their statements to the evidence. There's always going to be a little bit of argument in an opening statement. That's just the nature of the beast. That's just what lawyers like to do. But if it looks like we're just arguing the facts of the case, I would suggest that you reconsider what is going to be presented to the jury so the court does not have to interrupt or otherwise get involved, or other counsel doesn't either. Because I think from a jury standpoint, for them, they'd like to just hear the positions of the parties without interruption. And they have been instructed on what an opening statement is. And so they're expecting simply to hear what the evidence will be in the case. And hopefully at this point, They understand that evidence will be presented, and that's up to the advocates here to do. And then you'll have a full opportunity to argue the case once the jury has been presented with the facts.
And rest assured, Your Honor, I have no intention of presenting a closing argument in my opening statement. However, I will be guided by the state's presentation, because as the court well knows, there is sometimes a fine line between a statement and an argument, and I'm just asking for consistency.
I'm done talking about it. I explain what the court is on it. I would like to get through opening statements so that the jury has an understanding of what the party's view of the evidence will be. And the more we simply talk about how that's done, the less time we have to actually bring the jury in and do what we need to do in front of the jury, which is present the case. We've now reached the point where I don't think it's realistic to get into the opening statement from Travis Mcmichael, because we've managed to push further into the day than I thought we would, so we're going to break for lunch. I assume everybody will be ready to go in an hour, and we'll go ahead with the opening statements in an hour, but I need to bring the jury back in. So I'll bring the jury back in. I'm going to break the jury and let them know that we are taking a lunch break. We can go ahead and get the panel. Yeah, whoever did that, thank you.
Subliminal.
So rise for a jury, please. Please be seated.
I've got 15.
Move one seat further down, that's why the seat is empty.
Yeah. Yep. Got a lot of people doing counts. I think we're good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So in this, I explained in my preliminary instructions, there'll be times where we ask you to step out and we address matters before the court. After you stepped out, we started addressing some matters before the court. Because of that, we've kind of reached a point where I'm going to go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to break for about an hour for lunch, then we're going to get back into opening statements at that point. I also, I noticed, and it's interesting with juries, it usually takes a day or two before juries kind of get settled into the chairs that they want. I'm going to leave it up to you to figure out what a fair way of addressing the jury box is going to be, because some of those chairs may be more comfortable than some of the other chairs. So let's just make sure that we're taking care of each other. But I do appreciate your attention this morning, and all of the instructions I've given you apply. Enjoy your lunch. We'll have you back here in 1 hour for continuation of the opening statements in this case. Thank you.
So rise for jury.
Okay, y'all be seated.
All right, it's going to take 1 hour. If I can make sure everybody's doing it on a timely basis so that we're ready to go in an hour, and then we'll get started at 1:10 will be the time we begin. Thank you. We're in recess.
rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I can see everybody, I think. I can see you all over there. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are ready to proceed with opening statements in the case. Counsel for Travis Mcmichael.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Towards me? Okay. Good afternoon. For those of you who may not remember from 2 weeks ago or whom I never met, my name is Bob Rubin. And along with Jason Sheffield, who I think y'all met, we represent Travis Mcmichael. This case is about duty and responsibility.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I was trying to get your co-counsel, but if you could get, you can,
Closer.
understand you may wander. If we could try to get close to the microphone for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. It's about Travis Mcmichael's duty and responsibility to himself, to his family, and to his neighborhood. And it's about your duty and responsibility as jurors. The state talked about actions based on assumptions. I'm going to talk about facts. Facts in this case. Travis Mcmichael is 35 years old. He's single, and he has a 5-year-old son named Everett. From 2007 until 2016, Travis Mcmichael was in the United States Coast Guard. He was a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, which means he was authorized to make arrests. He was authorized to do investigations. He was authorized to do searches. He was authorized to use his weapon when appropriate. In order to become a boarding officer, he attended FLETC in Charleston, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. You all know that acronym. At FLETC, he took the training that allowed him to do the law enforcement activities that he did for 10 years or 9 years. He learned how to do searches and seizures. He learned what probable cause was, a legal term that you'll hear more about. He learned how to use firearms in a safe, effective way. He learned how to use force in compliance with his training. The training he had was not just classroom training at FLETC. It is scenario-based training. It is repetitive training so that if you're ever in a real-life situation where you need to make use of force decisions, you're relying, not just thinking back, you're relying on muscle memory. Because those split seconds are often the difference between life and death. But not only did Travis Mcmichael get training at FLETC in all of these law enforcement activities, searches and seizures, investigations, report writing, use of firearms, use of force decision making, but every year he was in the Coast Guard, he had additional training. And every year in the Coast Guard, when he became efficient enough, he then became a trainer of the trainees. He was training the trainers. He was training his fellow Coast Guardsmen on the law enforcement activities, on how to be a boarding officer. After he left the Coast Guard, and in 2020, Travis was working for Metz and Marine as a coxswain. He's working at the naval base, moving boats around. He was living at home with his mom, Lee, and his father, Greg, his sister, Lindsay, and his son, Everett, who was then 3 years old. He was living at home because the apartment he was living in previously had been sold by his landlord. So he needed to live back at home, save some money so he could go back out on his own again. He was living, as the state told you earlier, in Satilla Shores. This is a low-tech map of Satilla Shores because I don't trust PowerPoint. You'll see a PowerPoint, but I don't trust it that much. So this is a regular map of it, Google Earth map. Highway 17 up here, Satilla Drive here, 230 Satilla Drive. This is just to acclimate you. This is Jones Road, and I know it's hard for all jurors maybe to see this, but you'll see this many times throughout the case. And we'll talk more about the rest of it. But he lived on Satilla Drive in Satilla Shores. Satilla Shores is a quiet, scenic, middle-class neighborhood. The kind of neighborhood where parents let the kids ride around on their bikes. The kind of neighborhood where, when you're my age, you go for a walk after dinner. The kind of neighborhood that we all kind of aspire to live in. It's safe, it's beautiful, you work in the yard, you play on the river. This is the family and community that Travis Mcmichael felt a duty and responsibility to during the course of events in 2019 and 2020. This is the family and community that made him willing to put himself at risk to help the police detain Ahmaud Arbery. The video that you watched probably 5 times in the state's opening statement doesn't even begin to tell the story in this case. It's like looking through that knot hole in the fence and thinking you see the whole baseball field when you really only see the outfield. The case really begins months before, in 2019, because Satilla Shores was a neighborhood on edge. Crime had gone up. It wasn't violent crime. It was property crimes. The kind of crimes that are unsettling. The kind of crimes that are scary. Because you don't know who's coming onto your property, who's in your car ransacking it, who's breaking into your buildings, who's stealing your lawnmowers or your guns. And so the neighborhood was on edge. So much so that behaviors began to change by the neighbors. Kids were not allowed, some kids, to play outside after dark. Residents of Satilla Shores installed home surveillance cameras to catch the thieves that were taking their property. And neighbors in Satilla Shores felt a duty and responsibility to each other to post on the neighborhood pages, Facebook and Nextdoor, about the crime that was happening. And you'll hear about that. The types of posts that you saw on these pages includes, "This is ridiculous. My daughter always freaks out. It's getting old. I'm nervous. Lock your cars." These are actual posts from that neighborhood Facebook page. As a result of this uptick in crime, of people being on edge, people were alert to suspicious behavior. In July of 2019, Travis Mcmichael and Greg Mcmichael were alert to suspicious behavior, long before ever encountering Ahmaud Arbery. In July of 2019, Travis Mcmichael, who was at that point running a little charter boat, taking people out, tourists out on the river, in the marshes, was on his boat with some guests when he went under the Fancy Bluffs Bridge that you heard about earlier. There he saw a homeless man who had lots of stuff around him and a tarp. Stuff, the kind of stuff that made Travis look twice and made Travis feel suspicious that maybe this was the guy who was taking the stuff out of our neighborhood. So he dropped off his guests eventually, went home, got in the car with his father, Greg, and they drove to the area under the Fancy Bluffs Bridge. There they saw the man. And what you see up here is the call, basically what's called a CAD report. It's basically a report made of Greg Mcmichael's 911 call to the Glenn County Police to say, hey, basically, there's a guy under the bridge we think is responsible. Could you please investigate? And the police did. They sent an officer out there, and really nothing of note was found. And the investigation ended. But the break-ins, the theft, didn't end, especially for a man named Larry English. For Mr. English, it was only beginning. Larry English, as you heard, lives in Douglas, Georgia. He was so excited to have a weekend home in Satilla Shores on this beautiful little Satilla River. He built a home. He was going to use it for weekends and vacations with his wife Amy, his daughter Laura, his son Hoyt. And so it took time, delays and all that with contractors and himself having issues with health. But he started building a home in Satilla Shores for use as a vacation place, a getaway. He built a dock. His home is right here, the dock, on the river. He had a boat on a hoist at the dock, and he had a large offshore boat in his RV garage. In that garage, and I promise not to touch the screen, is this large garage. But that's where he kept, it's called an RV, a garage, but it's really a boat garage for Mr. English. Eventually, because of some advice from his neighbor, Kenny Wade, who lived next door, he installed a camera at the dock and one on the back of his house, which you can't see from this photo. He was concerned about liability because kids were playing out there, and they would take his scraps of wood, they would hang out by the dock. But he was also concerned about theft because he had valuables at his house. He had 2 boats, sometimes 3 boats, and he parked his camper on the property, which you can't see in the picture, but you'll see eventually. His camper that he stayed in, sometimes alone, sometimes with his wife and kids, when they came to the house either to work on it or to play at it. So he was concerned about all of this when he installed those cameras. Over the course of the next 3-4 months, he saw on his cameras at night Ahmaud Arbery 4 times. The first time, and this is the first time his camera alerted at all, was October 25th, 2019. Now remember, he's in Douglas, Georgia. He has a cell phone. When his camera spots somebody, he gets an alert on his cell phone. This is a photograph of Ahmaud Arbery on his dock, October 25th, 2019. He gets this alert. He sees this man. He calls Glenn County Police Department. Can't call 911 because 911 would go to Douglas Police. But he calls the 911 number for Glenn County Police. And he's scared. And he's concerned. What is this guy doing at my house at night? There is no legitimate reason, according to Mr. English, for this man to be at his house where his boats are stored, where his camper is parked at night. And he calls the police. He's concerned not only for his stuff, but he's concerned for his family. Because what if Amy was there at the camper alone? What if his daughter, Laura, was there sleeping there that night? And she walks outside and bumps into this intruder. And he gets scared, and he panics, and she panics, and something really, really awful happens. These are the thoughts that went through Larry English's mind when he sees this intruder in his house on October 25th, 2019. He calls back Glenn County a second time after this initial call. Go back a little bit. Okay. Because he calls the police to tell them that the man who's on the dock, and he describes him as plundering around, describes his tattoos, describes his hair twists. The man who was in his house plundering around has now gone across the street towards his other neighbor's house. He describes it as a, I think, whitish, yellowish house. It's Subi Lawrence's house. It's a neighbor he knows. Subi is a single mom. She's a mother of 3 boys. The boys who play outside and ride their bikes and steal Larry English's scraps of wood for their skateboard ramp or their fort or whatever they're doing. This is who Mr. English sees and who he's concerned about. And he wants the police to confront this man and tell him, don't come back. He doesn't see him take anything. Remember, he's only got cameras on the back of the house right now. 1 camera, back of the house, and 1 camera at the dock. He wants them removed. By the time police come, and I think it's Officer Rash who responds that first time, Robert Rash, and you'll hear from Officer Rash. No sign of Mr. Arbery, who is the man we later find out is Ahmaud Arbery. No sign. Now he's okay with curiosity seekers coming to his house. We've all done it. See a house under construction. It looks kind of interesting. Oh, what are the neighbors building? What are they adding on? What's the staircase going to look like? He's okay with all that. He's okay with the kids coming in during the daytime, taking the scraps of wood. It didn't matter to him. What concerned him was there is no reason that's legitimate to be there at night. And that's why he calls the police. Sometime after October 25th, Mr. English is on a ladder in his RV garage, looks in his offshore boat, and realizes his satellite system, his Yeti cooler, and his microphone system are gone, taken out of the boat. He doesn't know who did it. He does know the HVAC guys were in that area installing some of the not pipes, some of the system in there. He also knows the black male from October 25th was in there. And so he's suspicious. But what can he do? The next alert on his phone is November 17th. Okay, November 17th, a white couple comes on his property at night, 10 o'clock at night. They park out by the porta potty that you saw in the earlier picture. The man has his belt unbuckled. Odd. Comes in the house, And he calls 911 and he says, about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, I had my stuff stolen. This is now November 17th. Week and a half, 2 weeks ago is pretty close to October 25th. I've had my stuff stolen. They're in the same area. They're going around where the boat is in the RV garage. Police send an officer out. Officers go out. The couple's gone. They see nothing. Mr. English is upset and he's frustrated. He has valuables stored at the house. Stuff has been stolen. Now 2 people have been seen on his cameras, 3 people, 2 white people and a black male. And so the next morning, November 18th, he goes and he gets his boat and he hauls it away. Figures, I just can't keep valuables in this house that's open, but is owned by him with his valuables. And so he takes the boat away. That very night, November 18th, he sees the same black male he saw on October 25th. The man we now know is Ahmaud Arbery. He's back again. He's seen around the boat, not the big offshore boat, but the other boats. And according to Mr. English, he's plundering around again. He calls Glenn County Police again. Glenn County Police arrive again. And again, Mr. Arbery gets away without being confronted by the police. And Mr. English is frustrated. Of course. He's so frustrated that the very next day, November 19th, these are all out of order, and this is why we don't use technology. All right, November 18th, 2019. This is the night he sees Ahmaud Arbery for the second time. There's somebody back on the property again tonight. Black man, not wearing a shirt, in late November, got tattoos on his arms and a pair of light-colored shorts. He's wandering in the carport, looking in the boat, not the offshore boat, the smaller boat. The same guy that was here about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The night before, police saying my stuff was stolen a week and a half, 2 weeks before. He kind of looks like he's up to no good. He's on 3 different people's cameras in the neighborhood. This is Larry English's 911 call on November 18th, 2019. November 19th, the very next day, he has an exchange through text message with his 2 doors down neighbor, Diego Perez. Diego Perez is another person who believes it's his duty and responsibility to look out not just for himself, but for his neighbors. And so Diego has this conversation with Larry English. This is a printout from an extraction from Larry English's phone. So, and you'll see this in evidence. And it's out of order, the way it's printed out. So I'm going to kind of walk you through it, because the first exchange is from Larry English. He sends Diego Perez clips of the videos from the white couple on the 17th of November and the black male on the 18th of November. And he says to Diego Perez, who he just knows as Diego Satilla Shores, that's how he's in his phone. They're not friends, they're just neighbors, good neighbors. And he says to Diego, have you seen these people in the neighborhood? And Diego says, no, sir. I can't say I've ever seen them in the neighborhood, but I'll keep an eye out. I can respond in mere seconds, because he's only 2 doors down. With your permission. Larry English says, you have my permission. And Diego says, I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. Diego Perez is taking it upon himself, if he can, to perform a citizen's arrest. I'm going to hold them until the police come. And Larry English's response to that, thank you. Because seconds count. Diego Perez knows it. Larry English now knows it. Because 3 times he's tried to catch his intruders, and 3 times he's failed because the police just get there too late. As Diego Perez artfully put it, when seconds count, the police are minutes away. And so he needs the help of Diego Perez and other neighbors. Officer Rash, who responds to these calls, he canvasses the neighborhood. He's trying to catch this guy. And so he canvasses the neighborhood using stills from the video. Have you seen this guy? Do you know him? Can you help me help Larry English? And no one knows him. He's not jogging in the neighborhood. No one's ever seen him. The only time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is at night on these cameras. And remember, people have cameras in the daytime. You would see evidence of that. So November 19th, Diego Perez offers to help. Officer Rash canvasses the neighborhood. He's still a mystery. He is at this point a scary mystery because he's plundering around Larry English's house, and now everybody knows it. Officer Rash has canvassed the neighborhood. Larry English is talking to neighbors like Matt Albenzi, like Subi Lawrence, like his neighbor Diego and his wife Brooke Perez. It's being posted on Facebook, on the neighborhood Facebook page. Word is out that stuff was stolen from Larry English's house, parked in his RV garage. Now, I want to be clear. In May, after Travis Mcmichael was arrested, Larry English realizes he doesn't really know when the stuff was stolen. It was back in Douglas. It was in the house on Satilla Drive. But what he was telling people in October, November, December, January, February 2020 is that the stuff was taken out of my boat, parked at my house on Satilla Drive. That's what the neighbors knew from Larry English and Officer Rash. He's back at the house, Ahmaud Arbery, on December 17th. This is now the 3rd time seen on camera at Larry English's house. He's at night. He has no legitimate reason for being there. And remember, although you're seeing him through infrared cameras, it is pitch black in that house. There is no light. There's no lights on, there's no light switch, no light bulbs. It is pitch dark. And on December 17th, Ahmaud Arbery is seen plundering around again in the area where the boats were located in that RV garage. Police are not called that night. There's no 911 call. Larry English can't remember why he didn't call police. He may have been sick and not seen this video until much later. And you saw the clip of the video with Ahmaud Arbery walking outside the house, looking around again, and taking off into the neighborhood. And the question remains, was he out for a jog? 10 o'clock at night, December 17th? Or was he doing something else? And we'll never know. But it sure does look suspicious. The next time he's seen in Larry English's house is February 11th, 2020. This is now the 4th time in the house. But this time is different. Because this time it's not Larry English who calls the police. It's Travis Mcmichael. The state got the facts a little bit wrong. So let me correct them. Travis Mcmichael was going out that night, about 7:30 at night, it's dark, to get gas, fill up his car before the next day. He had to be at work early, so he was just going to fill up his car that night, so he wouldn't have to wake up so early in the morning the next day. On his way up the street, and he's at 230 Satilla, this is the exit up here, this is English's house. As he gets up here, he sees a figure dart across the street. And this figure, now he realizes it's a man, is lurking in the shadows 25 to 30 feet from the street, kind of staying in the shadows very furtively, catches Travis's attention. He has no idea who this is. He's never met Ahmaud Arbery. But he sees this guy, and he sees this guy kind of running across the lawn. It's really initially the house next door, kind of a Spanish-style house. And he runs across the yard, and he hides behind that red porta potty that you saw in that photograph. Travis is like, this is not good. We know about a guy intruding in Larry English's house. And he stops his car, and he kind of aims his headlights at the porta potty. And knowing there is no legitimate reason for this man to be there, he starts to get out of his car to ask him why he's there. Well, this guy steps out from the porta potty, and he reaches with his left hand, I believe, into his waist, as if reaching for a weapon. This scares the heck out of Travis. He sees this, he's trying to get out, gets in his car, puts it in reverse, stalls because he's so startled, eventually backs up and gets home, where he calls 911, and this is what he says. This is the 911 call. We're not going to play the whole thing because it's too long.
What's your best of your emergency?
It's a former girl, 230, still job.
What's going on?
We got a string of burglars. I was working in the neighborhood, and I just called down, running into a house being built. Two houses down from me. When I turned around, she took off running into the house.
Okay. What did you look like?
The black male, red shirt, white shorts.
And you said the house was being built?
It's being built. I'm thinking right now, he is in the house.
What's the name on the car?
Travis Mcmichael. 230 1374.
Alright. Where are you at now?
I'm sitting right across the street in my truck. Watching the house. Watching the house with her. I'm here at 6
Okay. Where the truck are you at?
Red Ford.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just told me, when I turned around, calling and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not. It looked like he was acting like he was. So, you might for that.
Okay. Which pocket did he reach into?
Left, I believe.
Okay.
He goes on to say later on, it's about 3 or 4 minutes later, so we don't need to waste your time, is we've been having a lot of burglaries and break-ins around here lately. So now here we are, this guy who has seen Travis see him and seen Travis drive away, still has the audacity the brazenness to go into the English house. Travis is home calling 911. Greg Mcmichael overhears, and he starts going up to the English house. And he's got his firearm with him. And Travis says, whoa, 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 slow down. Turns out Travis ends up going up there with him, and Travis has his firearm. Diego Perez, who by now has been alerted by Larry English with his video clips, he goes out there, he's armed. These neighbors are going to Larry English's house not because it's fun at 8 o'clock at night in February in Satilla Shores, but because it's their duty and responsibility to each other to protect each other, to do what they can to help the police stop the guy who's plundering around, breaking into Larry English's house. Officer Rash gets called. They are all out. Officer Rash, 2 other officers, Diego Perez, Greg Mcmichael, Travis Mcmichael, all out trying to find the guy, Ahmaud Arbery, who's now for the 4th time in Larry English's house. Officer Rash appreciates the help. He never tells Greg Mcmichael, Travis Mcmichael, or Diego Perez, hey guys, let the police handle this. We got this. No problem. You guys go home. He never tells them, hey, put those guns away. We don't need guns out here. Don't carry guns around here. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say, no, you guys cannot stop and detain this guy if you catch him. That's a police job, because it is a citizen's job to help the police. And the law authorizes that. He tells Greg Mcmichael and Travis Mcmichael that Larry English says nothing was stolen, but these guys know stuff was stolen. Everybody knows it. Larry English has already told everybody. Subi, Matt, Diego, Brooke, Annette Beasley, Ronnie Olson, Rash has been around. We all know it. Stuff has been stolen. So now here we are. Here are facts, not assumptions. Travis Mcmichael has now seen Ahmaud Arbery face to face for the first time. At Larry English's house, and then in Larry English's house. He's had a first-hand encounter. He knows that Ahmaud Arbery has been lurking around that house for no legitimate reason. Not authorized to be there. He's not working on the house, not doing anything but plundering around the house. He knows stuff has been stolen. It's probably the power. These things have a mind of their own.
Just want to make sure.
He knows stuff has been stolen because Larry English has told everybody that. He knows this guy has the audacity to go in the house despite knowing people are around and watching him. He knows he's possibly armed because he made that move to his left-hand pocket, waist. He has probable cause to believe a burglary has been committed. What is burglary? Let's go back one slide. Burglary is entering a dwelling, whether occupied or not. The fact that it's open without doors means nothing. It's any dwelling, any building, structure, whether occupied or not, without authority, with the intent to commit a felony or theft. You don't actually, to commit a burglary, have to take anything. It is the intent to take something or to commit another felony that makes it a burglary. Travis Mcmichael has probable cause, based on his training of what probable cause is, to believe Ahmaud Arbery is a burglar. Probable cause. What does it mean? It is the level of suspicion.
Objection. At this point in time, this is I have an objection at this point in time to this being the law, and the law is going to come from the court. And this has not been, how about I put this, approved on any level by the court.
Well, let me make it clear. This is what Travis Mcmichael understood from his training was the definition of probable cause.
Okay.
So the
Just
evidence
clarify
will
where we
show.
are. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated to you, the court will actually charge you on the law. During the presentation here, the representation is made on what the law is. Again, the court, you will receive that from the court. You will not be receiving that from counsel. So if we could please couch the argument in those terms.
Yes, sir. And this is not what I understand probable cause to be. This is what Travis Mcmichael, from his 10 years in the Coast Guard, understands probable cause to be. The level of suspicion that would cause a reasonable and prudent person to believe that a crime has been committed under the totality of the circumstances. That's it. It's the level of suspicion that you would need under the totality of the circumstances to believe that a crime was committed. That's where Travis Mcmichael sat as of February 11th, 2020. The next time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is February 23rd. It's a beautiful day, kind of a warm February day in Brunswick. Travis Mcmichael, around midday, around 1 o'clock, is on the couch in his living room trying to get Everett to take a nap, 3-year-old son. So he's doing the strategies that parents do. He has Everett every other week. He shares custody with Everett's mom. On this Sunday, he's trying to get Everett to go to sleep. Greg is in the front yard, in the driveway, reupholstering his boat cushions. It is a pleasant, uneventful Sunday morning leading into Sunday afternoon. While they're doing that, Ahmaud Arbery is walking into the neighborhood, not jogging, not running, Larry English's front yard. Next. Where he stands there, and this is the view from Ronnie Olson's house across the street, where he stands there, looks around, and walks into the house. While he's doing that, Matt Albenzi is in his yard, down Jones. He's down here. He can see directly into Larry English's yard. He is aware of the break-ins into Larry English's house. He is aware of the items stolen from Larry English's boat. He's out splitting logs. A tree had fallen in his yard, so he's breaking up the tree. He sees this guy that looks like the guy from the video clips. In fact, is the guy from the video clips, walking into Larry English's house. He grabs his gun, puts it in his pocket, grabs his cell phone, walks down Jones to an oak tree, there he is, across the street from Larry English's house. And he calls 911. While he's calling 911, he sees Ahmaud Arbery through the windows in Larry English's house. He doesn't know what he's doing in there, but he knows this guy's been there at night 4 times prior. He knows stuff is stolen. So he's calling the police. He makes, he believes, eye contact with Ahmaud Arbery. The next thing he sees is Ahmaud Arbery sprint out of that house. He is not jogging. He is running away into the neighborhood, possibly armed, based on prior experience. He is sprinting at what turns out to be about a 6-minute mile. It's fast, and he's got long strides. That view is from Diego Perez's surveillance camera. He runs right past Greg Mcmichael's yard. Greg Mcmichael sees him. Greg Mcmichael is aware
of the things that have happened that we've talked about. Greg Mcmichael sees him tearing, hauling ass down the road. And he knows what's up. And he goes inside and he tells Travis, the guy's running down the street. The guy. They know who it is. They're not guessing. It's not some random guy running down the street. It's the guy. And they turn out to be right. It is the guy, the same guy 4 previous times at night. They grab their guns. Now, why did Travis Mcmichael grab his shotgun? Because 12 days earlier, he confronts this guy, trying to help Larry English, and this guy reaches into his pocket like he has a gun. So he grabs his shotgun for self-protection. And he gets in the car, or he walks out in the yard actually, and he sees Matt Albenzi motioning down the street. Same direction Ahmaud Arbery was running in. So he gets in the car, his dad gets in the truck, I'm sorry, I say car, it's a truck, Ford F-150, and climbs into the car seat because when seconds count, the police are often minutes away. The police are not going to catch this guy at the speed he's running. So they're going to try to detain him for the police. What happens after that's up to the police. So they encounter Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first encounter is at 307 Burford. This is what it looks like. You saw the video. Oh, let's go back to there. They're there to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police. This is what the law allows. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence or immediate knowledge. And that applies to felonies or misdemeanors. But there's a second sentence the state didn't tell you about. The second sentence is, if the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. That's why Travis Mcmichael and Greg Mcmichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery. There was no crime committed in their presence. We're not contending there was a crime committed in their presence. But there was probable cause to believe a felony had been committed and that this man was attempting to escape or flee. That's why citizen's arrest is in this case. There are 3 encounters with Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first one is in front of Roddy Bryan's house, William R. Bryan. I shouldn't call him Roddy, I don't know. Mr. Bryan's house. Travis Mcmichael pulls up alongside Ahmaud Arbery and says, "Stop, whoa, I want to talk to you. What were you doing back there? What's going on?" And Ahmaud Arbery says, "Zero." He doesn't say, "Hey man, I'm just out for a jog." He doesn't say, "Hey, leave me alone." He doesn't say, "Back off." He doesn't say, "Hey, calm." Doesn't say anything. He just looks at Travis and he goes back the other way. Travis backs his truck up. He says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stop. I want to talk to you." Ahmaud Arbery looks at him and bolts. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't say, "Leave me alone." Doesn't say, "Hey, good morning, good afternoon." He just bolts. At this time, there is no gun. The shotgun that Travis bought is stuck between his seats. Greg's gun is on his holster. There's no gun being pointed at Mr. Arbery. There's no like, "Hey, stop," at the point of a pistol or a shotgun. There's no gun. Mr. Arbery's not even aware of any gun at that point because no gun has been shown. They go down Burford. They pull up to him again. And Burford, by the way, Satilla Drive turns kind of, the little jog turns into Burford. And they go down Burford a little ways more. Whoa, stop. We want to talk to you. Stop. We called the police. Police are coming. When Mr. Arbery hears Travis McMichael say, we called the police are coming, he bolts back the other way, towards Roddy Bryant's house, back towards Satilla Drive. They stop the truck, put it in park. Greg McMichael does get out and he gets in the bed because he's cramped into the child seat. Travis McMichael gets out and he looks down the road like, what the heck? I want to talk to this guy. He's just been suspected of coming out of English's house. He sees Albenzi moving. We know it's the guy from the night 12 days before. He's back again. And he looks down the street and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get into Roddy Bryant's truck, to Mr. Bryant's truck. He's interacting with the truck. And he doesn't know who that black Silverado truck belongs to. He doesn't know Roddy Bryant. He's never met him. He doesn't know his truck. So he sees this black Silverado and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get in it, and he expects to hear a gunshot because he thinks Ahmaud Arbery is armed, like he pretended to be on the 11th, and he's fearful that this guy, whose name he doesn't know, will try to shoot the owner of the truck and take the truck. And so that scares him. This attacking the truck worries him. His dad says, Travis, go back, go back. He says, no, Dad, just go around. We're going to go around Zellwood. You heard the name. Goes down Burford. They're down here. They see this interaction back here. They're going to go around Zellwood. They're going to take a left on Holmes. Now, they don't know where either the black Silverado is or what that has to do with anything or where Ahmaud Arbery is. So going down Holmes is not with the intention of trapping Ahmaud Arbery. It's with the intention of strategically planting yourself so you can kind of help the police see the neighborhood. As they go down Holmes Drive at a slow rate, they see Ahmaud Arbery running in front of the truck. Travis McMichael drives past him, doesn't say anything to Ahmaud Arbery, doesn't shout at him, just kind of drives past him, watching to see what this guy is going to do. Again, no gun, no shotgun, no pistol is brandished, pointed, in any way shown to Mr. Arbery. 3 times on Burford they encountered Mr. Arbery, now once on Holmes, no gun. They go down to the bottom of Holmes, towards the stop sign, and stop the car. They don't know where Mr. Arbery is at this point because he's around a dog leg. That's the picture of Holmes Drive, looking up it from Travis McMichael's vantage, and you can see where the road kind of dog legs to the right. And past that dog leg, you can't see what's happening. But at that point, Travis McMichael can now strategically see Satilla Drive, his road where his family is located, Burford, and Holmes. So if the police get there, which he thinks they're coming any minute, he can tell them, I don't see him in these directions, he's that way. Or I do see him, and he's in one of these streets. That's why he stops. While he stopped there, gets out of his truck, Greg is still in the bed, and they see Ahmaud Arbery coming at him. And Travis is like, whoa, stop, stop, whoa, 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 stop. And Ahmaud Arbery keeps running at him. Travis keeps yelling, stop, stop, stop. And then he reaches into his car, and he sees Ahmaud Arbery flip and go back around the dog leg. Grabs his gun and his cell phone. He says, Dad, when are the police getting here? His dad says, I didn't call 911. Travis dials 911 and gives his dad his phone. And that's why we have a 911 call, because Travis McMichael, where are they? It's before the first shot is fired. They call the police. That is not evidence of an intent to murder. While Travis is out there, now he has his gun for protection because this guy has run at him, has acted bizarrely, has not said a word yet that he could tell. And now Ahmaud Arbery is running back. Travis's training taught him to show a weapon. Not to use a weapon, to show a weapon, because that is a way to de-escalate violence. In the normal situation, you show someone you have a weapon, you get compliance. You don't need to go any further. And so he stands there at the low ready position, not pointing his weapon, and Ahmaud Arbery is running. And he's running at Travis Mcmichael. Stop, stop, get down, stop. And this guy is not stopping. And Travis knows that this guy is not going to stop. He's not predictable. He's going to be on him in seconds if he doesn't do something. It's like, please, please turn, please go up, Satilla. This is where we are. Ahmaud Arbery had a clear path to Satilla. Travis is down here. He could have cut across there. He doesn't cut across. He's coming at him. And yes, at about 20 yards, he raises the weapon because he knows Ahmaud Arbery can be on him, and he's hoping that by raising the weapon, he will de-escalate the situation. Who's going to attack a guy pointing a shotgun? If he wanted to kill him, that was an open shot. He didn't shoot. He didn't shoot his weapon. He was trying to de-escalate the situation in compliance with his 9 years of training in the Coast Guard, same training police officers get. You see his, just go back to the one before. The gun is down, and you saw this a little bit. You can see the white forearm of Travis Mcmichael. Let me move this map. I apologize.
I think you can probably turn this to give them a better look at it.
It's okay, don't
Careful.
It doesn't even face them. How can we not turn it? It's on wheels.
I didn't say don't.
Okay.
I said be careful, because when we've done that before, we have lost.
You'll see this in this
Okay, hold on
Oh,
a second.
I'm sorry.
Next time I ask you to stop, please stop.
Oh, I thought I should just be careful.
No, yeah, the point is, let's not keep moving stuff around. If you're going to be doing something, just let everybody know what's going on. Okay?
All right.
Yeah, the point was, last time this was touched, not by Ms. Donkowski, but generally in other matters before the court, we've lost it. So if we could, before we just start moving things around, let the court know.
I don't touch it.
Well, I know Mr. Rubin doesn't
I'm
touch
not
it.
touching it.
And I don't mean to call it Mr. Sheffield. I'm very touchy about, no pun intended, about some of this electronics in here. As Mr. Rubin has alluded to, we've lost connections and all sorts of problems. So we're trying to make sure these presentations flow. So I didn't mean to get on counsel. But if everybody could let me know if we're doing that.
This is a fuzzy picture. You'll have pictures in the video throughout the course of the trial. His arm is down, and you can see the white forearm. You can see the driveway here. Travis Mcmichael.
We haven't lost the sight line there, have we? You're okay over your shoulder now? Okay, that's the other issue is,
And I know it's awkward, yeah.
okay.
Speak loud.
Sorry. So there's a driveway here, and Travis Mcmichael is across from another driveway. You'll see it's about 60 feet, 20 yards away. And he knows how quickly someone can cover 20 yards in seconds. An unarmed person can take a weapon away and kill a police officer or a civilian in seconds, even from 20 yards away. Even an armed person from 20 yards away. So he raises his weapon. In the next slide, and you see the distance, because he wants the guy to stop, not because he wants to hurt Ahmaud Arbery. He's not looking for an encounter. If he wanted to hurt somebody, he would have fired on Burford, on Holmes, or now down here at the bottom. Ahmaud Arbery doesn't stop. He doesn't say, whoa, hey, I'm good. He doesn't say anything. And he doesn't stop. Instead, he goes around the truck to the right-hand side, the passenger side, and at that point, Travis Mcmichael can't see his hands. Remember, he still thinks this guy could be armed because I saw this guy, at least pretend he was, on the 11th. He doesn't know, and he can't see his hands. And his dad, his 64, 65-year-old dad, who's had a stroke, is on the bed, and Ahmaud Arbery could just yank him down or take a shot at him. He doesn't know. So he goes to the front of the truck to get an eye on him. What's this guy gonna do? Good Lord, I hope he just keeps running. Go up Satilla. But he doesn't know, so he goes to the front, and within a split second, Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, not a right. Makes a left and is on Travis, such that Travis has no choice but to fire his weapon in self-defense. And that shot is a contact or near contact wound, meaning Ahmaud Arbery is on him. You'll hear that from Brian Leopard of the GBI Crime Lab. That first shot, which we can't really see because it's videotaped through two windshields, Robbie Bryan's windshield and Travis Mcmichael's windshield. They're in front of the truck. When they collide, when Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, he's on Travis, and Travis has to fire. Because at that point, it's his life or Ahmaud Arbery's life. And the only thing, it's weird the way the mind works, the only thing he can think of at that point is Everett. It kind of flashes through his mind. My then three-year-old son. So he fires, he pulls down the weapon, trying to get it away, because Ahmaud Arbery's not stopped. That gunshot, which he knows was near his chest, at least he believes it in this melee, he pulls it down, he pulls it back. You'll see from the video, he goes backwards out of frame, because Arbery is rushing him, pulls it down, he fires another shot off frame. You see smoke, you see something spray. And you see Ahmaud Arbery swinging wildly. And he's hitting Travis. You see him hit with his right hand into Travis's head, neck. He is pounding Travis Mcmichael while Travis is trying to get the gun away. And Travis fires 2 more times, and you've seen that. It's a horrible, horrible video. And it's tragic. It's tragic that Ahmaud Arbery lost his life. But at that point, Travis Mcmichael is acting in self-defense. He did not want to encounter Ahmaud Arbery physically. He was only trying to stop him for the police. Self-defense is defined, and the court will charge you later.
Your Honor, I'm objecting again. Mr. Rubin is now giving them the law in self-defense.
It is,
so
we are allowed to give a law and opening statement, just as the state did in its opening statement.
We need to be very clear, because again, we haven't gone through a charge conference in this case. So let's be clear about it, that this is not the charge. So
I expect you'll be charged on self-defense. And I expect this is what you'll be charged, be told by the judge. A person is justified in using force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent death or great bodily injury to himself or to a third person. At the time the shots are fired, Travis Mcmichael reasonably believes, because Ahmaud Arbery is on him, aggressively, swinging wildly, grabbing hold of him, grabbing hold of the gun, reasonably believes he is justified and firing his weapon, knowing it's gonna kill him. It's gonna at least hurt him. He knows that. But he has no choice, because if this guy gets his gun, he's dead, or his dad's dead. And what's he taught in the Coast Guard at the Maritime Law Enforcement Academy? Never lose your weapon. And that's why he shoots. Travis Mcmichael, within seconds, encounters the police. Officer Minshew, Officer Duggan, they arrive on scene. He cooperates fully. He does whatever they tell him to do. When they say speak, he speaks. When they say don't speak, he doesn't speak. Cooperates fully. He's distraught. He's upset. You'll see this on the video, the body cam of the officers. There's no glee at having done what he just did. It's awful. He's covered in blood, Ahmaud Arbery's blood. And then they take him down to the station, and he cooperates fully with the police and answers every question. When they tell him to write a map of where he went, he tries to write a map of where they went when they encountered each other on Burford and Holmes. And when they ask him to write a statement, he does his best to write out everything he knows to tell the police. There's been a lot written about this case and Travis Mcmichael's actions. Doesn't matter. What matters now is the evidence that you're going to hear, the facts that you're going to hear, and the law that you're going to be given by Judge Walmsley. You are now the judges of the facts and the applicators of the law in this case. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that Travis Mcmichael, honestly and lawfully, attempted to detain Ahmaud Arbery according to the law and shot and killed him in self-defense. What we're asking you to do is hard, and it may be unpopular, but we're asking you to recognize your responsibility as jurors in being open to the facts and putting aside emotion and listening to the law and applying that and doing your duty, because we think the only right verdict is not guilty on each and every count in this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we will come back for the continuing of the opening statements. Thank you. Okay, you all can be seated. All right, let's take 15 minutes. Okay, we're in recess. All right. Yeah, I'll be seated. All right, we appear to be missing a few folks.
I think we know why we're missing one. That should be for you.
Okay. Okay. All right, it's been almost 20 minutes.
Shall I inquire?
We can start without Mr. Sheffield.
Okay. Well, I think he needs to hear what the court has to say before we get started. I am pretty flexible on how we operate, and with coming back on, you know, I said 15 minutes. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. You know, I'm pretty flexible. A couple things though, and I wish Mr. Sheffield was here, and I'm only going to single him out just because of what just happened. Early on, there was talk about things like where the boards were located and not moving things, and you know, the jumping up without letting the court know what you're doing and starting to move things around. I don't want to call anybody out on it, but that as far as a courtroom is concerned, to me, that's just not etiquette. You know, I think I've said it before, the great thing about the courtroom is it's a great leveling place, and as long as everybody's sort of sticking by the rules, we create a fair environment. One of the things that throws me off is when somebody just kind of jumps up and I don't know where they're coming from or what they're doing. And maybe that's just me. And I trust that Mr. Sheffield has no ill intent at all. But the deputies have a role here. Things are in places for reasons. Before we start jumping up and moving things around, if we could please maybe take a moment and let the court know what we're doing, particularly in the well, that would be, and particularly in the middle of arguments or while the court is active, that would be greatly appreciated. That is my velvet glove way of saying, please don't jump up in the middle of things and just start moving stuff around in the court. For example, the Mondo board, that stuff's all taped down. I mean, we start moving that thing around, the next thing I know, it's falling onto Mr. Bryan, and all of a sudden we've got a greater issue than just possibly where the Mondo board may be. So please, just if we could adhere to some of that formality, it would be greatly appreciated by the court. Okay. Is there a comment on that?
Something for the record. Mr. Sheffield certainly couldn't have appreciated it, but when we moved the Mondo board or Mondo screen during the opening argument of Mr. Rubin, it prevented Mr. Bryan and I from observing the screen. And for the record, I'm awaiting cataract surgery after this trial. I cannot see the screen in the back. I have to be able to see this one. But for the sake of the record, the reason I'm bringing it up is on the record with Mr. Bryan's consent, we are waiving any objection with respect to the obstruction of the exhibits during the presentation of Mr. Rubin's opening. That's not an issue for us on appeal, but in the future, for all parties, our ability to see this screen is critically important to his right to a fair trial.
And when we moved it back, did we check the sight lines for the jury? Whoever moved it back?
I did, and it was good.
Okay, so it's back to where it was. Okay. It's little things that sometimes send things off into an odd spiral. All right. Is counsel for Greg Mcmichael ready to go?
Ready.
Okay. All right, I've got all defendants present, represented by counsel. Let's go get the panel.
Rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated, we're ready to proceed with the opening statements on behalf of Greg Mcmichael.
Thank you. Greg Mcmichael was absolutely sure. He was absolutely certain. And he was absolutely right. The guy he saw was the guy he suspected. On February 23, 2020, Greg Mcmichael was reupholstering boat cushions on the bed of his truck, parked in his driveway, using it as a workbench, pointed out towards his street in the direction he was looking. A quiet street in a quiet neighborhood. In the midday sun on a pleasant February day in 2020 here in Brunswick, Georgia, when a young man ran past him at a sprint. He was, as Greg described him to police that day, and you've heard it now several times, his words, hauling ass. The young man had it hooked up, Greg said, running at a sprint. As Greg reported to police that same afternoon, he wasn't out for no Sunday jog. That man was the same man whom Greg and others, neighbors, Greg's own son, Travis, had seen in that house just a few doors down from his house on Satilla Drive, the house under construction, where surveillance videos, first one, then a couple, and then several, had video recorded him, as you've seen and heard. Not once or twice, but 4 times at night. Not in the bright light of day, but in the dark of night. So what did Greg believe he was doing, this man, in the house on those occasions? What did he think he was doing? Well, Larry English, the owner of the house, had described him to police as plundering around. That same man, Larry English, had reported this to 911, to Greg's neighbors, and to the Glenn County police officer, Robert Rash. And it got to Greg Mcmichael. This same man who had been captured on surveillance video. As Mr. Rubin told you, infrared lighting, it's lit up for us to see. But if you were the person in that house in the dark of night, you wouldn't see anything except possibly the little red infrared lights of a camera, if that. Inside that house where, so Greg had been repeatedly told by Larry English, Diego Perez, Officer Robert Rash, where he had been told that thousands of dollars of electronic equipment had gone missing, stolen, from a boat not visible to any camera. And so when Greg Mcmichael said later to police he had not seen him take anything, well, the camera wasn't on that boat from which all the items were taken. And this happened in a neighborhood that had experienced break-ins and burglaries and thefts over many months. And you saw some of those Facebook postings the neighbors had put up. This same guy that Officer Rash had canvassed the neighborhood with a screenshot of him from one of those surveillance cameras, asking people, knocking on their doors and asking them, have you seen this man? Do you know this man? Showed the screenshot of him to Greg Mcmichael. That same guy that Officer Rash told Greg Mcmichael, nobody in the neighborhood knows him, nor had ever seen him before in that neighborhood. And then in December, Officer Rash sent a text to homeowner Larry English. And this is what he told him. Your neighbor at 229 Sedilla Drive, and it's actually 230 Sedilla Drive, is Greg Mcmichael. Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office. He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera. His number is, and he gives him his cell phone number. The same guy in that house that Greg's son Travis saw with his own eyes. At that house yet again, the night of February 11, 2020, just 12 days before the tragic events that bring us here to this courtroom. And on that occasion, as you've heard already, when Travis saw that same man, he made that furtive movement to his pocket in the dark of night in a situation and circumstance that made Travis think, as you've heard, he might have a gun. And of course, he reported that to his dad, who also thought he may have had a gun that night. A signal to both of these men, that movement, that this man may be armed. So on February 23, 2020, 12 days after that night, when Greg Mcmichael saw Ahmaud Arbery sprint past him on that sunny Sunday afternoon, not only did Greg recognize him as the same guy, he also believed from the manner of his running, sprinting, and the direction from which he ran, the English house to his left and past him on Sedilla Drive deeper into the neighborhood. that, as he told police later that same day, he thought he was running from someone or something, that he was being chased just by the manner in which he was running, sprinting. He thought that he had just been spotted, he told the police, in someone's house, in or around someone, perhaps harming someone. Law enforcement trained and experienced for 30 years. Greg noted specific features that he saw as this running man ran past him that matched precisely the man he'd seen on surveillance video before. Young, black, male, 5 feet, 10 inches, slender, muscular, with short hair that Greg described as short dreads, twists, wearing a white t-shirt. There might be a chance, finally, Greg thought, as he told the police later that day, for the police to question this man, to find out, who are you? Why are you here? No one in the neighborhood knows you. And we've had all of these problems in our neighborhood, specifically at that house, but at many other houses. A man who had eluded police up till then, as Greg said to the police later that day, no one could ever catch him, he said to Officer Brandeberry on the street at the scene that day. If only he could be detained long enough, Greg thought, long enough for the police to arrive. So, there, using his truck as a workbench, Greg dropped his tools, left his project, ran into his house, called out to his son Travis, the same guy is back. The same guy is back. Let's go. Believing that he was the man who had burglarized Larry English's house, believing that Larry English's house had in fact been burglarized. He had never been told anything different, never been told there were other places Larry English had taken his boat where his stuff might have been taken. He had never been told anything different. Believing that he may be armed, wearing pants with pockets, Greg grabbed his gun, Travis too, and they piled into Travis's truck, parked there at the house near Greg's truck, and you can see it on video, you'll see it later. They piled into the truck, Travis in the driver's seat, and as you've already heard, Greg, all 230 pounds of him then, he's smaller now, stuffed into a child's car seat, and really not into it, but on top of it, his face almost in the windshield as he's sitting on top of this car seat, strapped into the passenger seat. He couldn't just snatch it out and then jump in and sit in the seat. It was locked in. And as they pulled out to the street to turn right to pursue this running man that they suspected to be a burglar, there stood down the street, not very far away, Matt Albenzi. Matt Albenzi, you've heard, and you'll hear from him. A man who had walked up his street, had seen Ahmaud Arbery in the house, had taken his cell phone, had called the police, and while standing near a tree, looking at the house, locked eyes with Ahmaud Arbery, who ducked down and then came out of the house, and you saw the still photo, was off, running. And when Greg and Travis got into Travis's truck, and we all know this, speech occurs not only with the words that come from our mouth, but with the expressions on our face, the hand signals we give, many of which we know speak words. Matt Albenzi, who was walking up the street, went like that to Travis and Greg. There he goes. In fact, he's saying on the 911 call that he's on, there he goes. He's running. Waving his arm in a motion that conveyed a clear message to these men that he is the same guy. Matt Albenzi had seen and heard about this guy in that house too. There he goes. The same man. In just a few short minutes, they would catch up to Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. And you saw the one still photo from Mr. Bryan's house, the motion detected photo of the truck and Mr. Arbery. They would catch up to him and they would have the conversations Mr. Rubens just replayed for you and that you'll hear in this case. On Burford Road, tell him to stop. We want to talk to you. Tell him the police have been called. And when Ahmaud Arbery turned ultimately from them without saying a word and ran back the way he'd come, Travis stopped his truck. Greg took that opportunity to get himself out of that car seat and climbed the best he could into the bed of the truck where there's a toolbox that he could sit on. And there he sat, and as Travis drove the direction that has been described, the opposite direction from Ahmaud Arbery, who has by now run back to Satilla Drive while Travis and Greg drive the opposite direction to Zellwood Drive. They're going in opposite directions. And Mr. Arbery is turning back in the direction from which he had come. Mr. Bryan is behind him, watching him, apparently. And Travis drives his truck around Zellwood, not knowing which way Ahmaud Arbery would run, not knowing that he would turn off Satilla and run down Holmes. And up on Holmes, Travis turns. And Ahmaud Arbery and Travis Mcmichael with Greg in the truck, now in the back of the truck, pass each other. Like this. And ultimately, and you'll hear more details throughout the case, Travis parks the truck, stops, and Ahmaud Arbery is out of sight around that dog leg you've seen. And there stood Greg in the back of the truck. And you've heard already from Mr. Rubin that Travis thought Greg had called 911. Greg didn't have a phone on him. Travis dialed it and handed it to his father. And that's where you see him standing in the bed of Travis's truck, looking back now towards Ahmaud Arbery, who's turned around. When you saw the video earlier when the state played it, when Mr. Arbery turns around, he turns back toward the Mcmichaels. They're already stopped up on Holmes. They're already there. They've passed him. And they're now waiting for the police to come, keeping an eye out for which direction he may go. They can't even see him, and then here he comes back. And there's Greg with his phone to his ear on the 911 call. And as Ahmaud runs towards the truck on the video we've all seen, that's been seen everywhere, that you're going to see many times, no doubt, in this trial. He's on the phone. He's describing to the person at 911 where they are best he can. He doesn't even know the name of the street. He just tells them Satilla Shores near his house. And then you hear him, as Ahmaud gets close to the back of the truck, you hear him yell, "Stop right there! Damn it! Stop!" And then the next thing you hear, and the last word you hear him say on that phone is, "Travis!" Because by then, Greg has turned as Ahmaud Arbery is running past the truck, and he sees him turn towards his only son. He drops that phone to the floor of the truck, in the bed of the truck. He's now in abject fear that he is about to witness his only son possibly be shot and killed in front of his very eyes. And then that man did something so unexpected to Greg Mcmichael, so incomprehensible to him. He turned sharp left. He didn't cut right, go across the yard to Satilla Shores and down the street and on his way. The direction, as you've heard, is the only way into that neighborhood with police on the way. No, he turned left towards a man with a shotgun. And he was on Travis instantly. Clearly, it seemed to Greg Mcmichael, attempting to take the gun from his son. And as any reasonable person would believe, he would take that gun if he could, and he would use it to shoot his son. The what happened in this case will, for the most part, though there will be some dispute, but for the most part, be without dispute. The facts, the what happened in this case. The why it happened is what this case is about. This case turns on intent, beliefs, knowledge, reasons for those beliefs, whether they were true or not. Were there good reasons to believe them? Were there good reasons to believe that this young man, Ahmaud Arbery, had been in this house where things had been taken, and that he may have been the person who took them? Were there good reasons to believe that as he ran past Greg Mcmichael that day, that he was fleeing from someone or something who had seen him in that house or near that house, which turned out to be exactly what happened? That afternoon, after the tragedy unfolded that we're here for, Greg sat down to give a lengthy interview to police officer Parker Marcy. And Officer Marcy asked Greg, and these are his words, "What was your intent should this guy have stopped?" Greg's answer, "To hold him till you come check him out. There was no doubt in my mind, having seen the videos, who this guy was." Still quoting, "My intention was to stop this guy so he could be arrested or be identified at the very least." On that day, at that place, at that time, Greg Mcmichael was absolutely sure this was the guy. The same guy he had seen on surveillance videos. Inside a house multiple times where Greg had sound reasons to believe theft had occurred, burglary. Greg was absolutely sure. He was absolutely certain. His suspicions were well-founded. Now, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I've been doing this a long time, and I consider a room like this, an American courtroom, to be practically a sacred place. It's in here that the facts will unfold for you. It's in this room where you will decide the truth. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the truth of this case is that Greg Mcmichael is not guilty of any of these crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Mr. Goff, ready to proceed?
Your Honor, we need to take something up outside the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and retire to the jury room, we'll just take a brief recess, 10 minutes or so, and then we will continue with opening arguments.
It's all right,
Opening
Mr.
statements, sorry. Be seated. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, as I indicated earlier, Defendant Brown wishes to reserve his opening statement to the conclusion of the state's case in chief, which is our right under Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2. At the same time, although Georgia has not adopted, per se, the ABA standards for criminal justice, there is an argument to be made that the court is required to make some kind of inquiry or place things on the record. I don't think it's necessary, but I certainly didn't want to defer or reserve my opening statement in the presence of the jury and then have you escort the jury out. If the court feels that the ABA standards require any further inquiry, I wanted to do that outside the presence of the jury. And when I said outside the record, I meant outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll go ahead and take a look at it. I guess from the standpoint, I'll tell you, Mr. Goff, I've been doing this for almost a decade, and this is the first time counsel has asked for that. Let me look at what the rule that you're trying to act under and the ABA standards that you're talking about. What you're asking the court, though, is to reserve until the state's case in chief has concluded.
Yes, we have the right to do that under 10.2. It was not always clear, but it became clear. And
I'll tell you, the decade I've been doing it, it just hasn't happened before the court. So I just need to look at the rule, make sure I understand exactly what you're asking the court. And if the court needs to take any additional steps in order to do that, I'll do that. But I'm going to go ahead and take a step off and take a look at it.
thank you.
Which means I will estimate then that we're probably not going to get into evidence today. Well, I say that if we're reserving, all right, well, if we're reserving, then maybe we will. So let me think that through. All right, well, we're in recess. Say we'll do 10 minutes. I'll just take a quick look at it.
Sit, please.
Okay. We're back on. All the defendants present, represented by counsel. Yeah, took a quick look at it. As much, I think, as judges would like to believe that we're an encyclopedia of knowledge just sitting here, sometimes we're not. So you will discover during the course of this trial, if an issue comes up and I don't have the answer right off the top of my head, we'll take a moment, we'll figure it out, we'll get as good an answer as we can onto the record at the time. So, yeah, 10.2. The defense can do that. I've looked at the case that 10.2 looks like it was created under, and it talked about it not being reversible error to permit it. Apparently, the court rules do contemplate an opening statement at the close of the state's case in chief. I am going to ensure, though, because I do think the standard that Mr. Goff cited is a standard that's appropriate here. I think the standard itself doesn't add anything more to the rule. It just governs lawyers' professional responsibility with regard to the rule. And I'm talking about standard 4-7.5 under the ABA standards. So to ensure that we're doing this appropriately, Mr. Goff, I assume that you have discussed in full with your client the exercise of that right to present a opening statement at the close of the state's evidence.
I have, Your Honor.
All right. And also that the standard itself advises that defense counsel should be aware of the importance of an opening statement and, except in unusual circumstances, give an opening statement immediately after the prosecutions before the presentation of evidence. And you have discussed with your client that specific portion of the standard?
We have discussed the pros and cons of that decision.
Client is sitting right here. I don't want to get into what any of that topic of conversation is. I do want to just confirm, Mr. Bryan, that you've had the discussion with your counsel on this issue?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. And do you need any additional time to speak with your lawyer about deferring opening statements until the end of the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I inquire? In my previous experience, it has been the state rests, directed verdict motion, defendant's opening, and then the defense presentation of the case. But the phrasing here was a little odd, meaning the state rests and then he does his opening statement and then we do the directed verdict and then he's going to do his presentation of evidence. I'm just a little concerned on the order that we're doing this in.
Well, Your Honor, Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2 is somewhat vague on the subject. My assumption would be that the state would close its evidence, that motions for directed verdict, if any, would be heard by the court at that time. And in the unlikely event that my motion for directed verdict as to all counts is denied, then at that time, I would make my opening statement.
Sounds like everybody's on the same page.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Well, then, before I bring the panel back, is the state's first witness available?
Yes, the state's first witness is available.
So what we'll do is, let's get the formalities of this on the record, then I'll bring the panel back in. Mr. Goff, if you would go ahead and indicate on the record your deferral, and we'll get right into the evidence.
Yes.
All right. All right, state ready to proceed?
Yes, the state's ready.
Travis Mcmichael ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Greg Mcmichael.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go get the panel.
So rise for a jury, please. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case. Thank you for your patience. It is appreciated. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, at this time, on behalf of defendant William Roderick Bryan, we reserve, that is, defer our opening statement in this matter.
All right. With Mr. Bryan reserving opening statement, is the state ready to proceed with evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
From the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call William Duggan.
Can I see counsel briefly? Yes. You can go ahead and have a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we go in kind of fits and starts sometimes. I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step outside the courtroom. You're going to be coming back in just a moment. Thank you.
So rise for a jury, please. So rise, please. Please be seated.
All right, Officer Duggan, if I could please just have you exit the courtroom. You're going to be coming right back in. I just need to address the matter with counsel.
Yes, sir.
All right. The reason that I am pausing before this witness, there was yesterday a discussion about some evidence that would be coming in, specifically Officer Duggan's body cam. The footage in the body cam for anyone, and particularly those probably that are not as accustomed to seeing those types of images, could in some way be surprising or may elicit some reaction. I noted during opening statements that there was a reaction to the video that has already, I'll just refer to it as the video, and didn't say anything at that point, but I had mentioned to counsel yesterday that I generally try to prepare a gallery if something's coming that may result in a response from members of the gallery. The Duggan video, to some, if you haven't seen it, may in fact do that. What I am asking is that if anybody here believes that they would have some type of emotional response to any of the videos that may be shown in this case, that they go ahead and take this moment to step out of the courtroom. The court does not want the gallery to become a distraction when it comes to the evidence as it is being presented. So if we could please do that, and then we'll go ahead and proceed with the evidence. I'll take a moment or two. And as we're doing this, I've done this in other as I indicated to counsel yesterday, I've done this in other emotionally charged cases. And I think it's just appropriate sometimes to make sure that we do not have distractions as we move through the presentation of evidence.
We're ready to go forward.
All right. Let's go get the panel.
So rise for a jury.
Okay.
Be seated.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. All right, please state your name for the record and spell it for our court reporter.
William Duggan, William Duggan.
And it's Officer Duggan, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a special designation that I'm missing, like sergeant or lieutenant or something like that?
No, ma'am.
All right. And how are you currently employed?
With the Glenn County Police Department,
How long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
just over 12 years.
All right. And have you been in law enforcement all those 12 years, or is there some law enforcement before joining Glenn County?
Before that,
All right. So how many years in total have you been with law enforcement?
14 years.
All right. So let's talk about what your current job duties and responsibilities are with the Glenn County Police Department.
Yes, ma'am. I'm assigned to the patrol division. I've been there for my 12 years with the department. It involves regular routine calls, day-to-day calls, thefts, violent felonies, misdemeanors, traffic accidents, etc. Anything that comes our way.
So does the patrol division, is that the division that usually responds to like 911 calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any kind of 911 call?
That is correct, from 911 hang-ups to anything else that's going on.
All right. Now, within the Glenn County system, when you respond to a 911 call, is a report generated based on the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what happens if the 911 call is kind of maybe unfounded, or like, for instance, you get a call for a burglary, but you get there and it turns out it's nothing, there's an alarm going off?
We would change the title of it with our CAD system, which is the computer-aided dispatch, through our dispatcher, and we would close it out unfounded or something else if it was something not a burglar.
Okay. So you get a response for one type of call, and it turns out it's a different kind of call.
Yes.
All right. Now, have you attended classes or trainings with the Georgia Peace Officer Standards Training Council?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And we commonly call that POST?
That is correct.
All right. So are you, in fact, a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. So as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you have to do to maintain your post-certification?
The standard right now per year is a minimum mandatory 20 hours of in-service training. In-service training is sometimes required courses, which is mandated by post each year, such as de-escalation, use of force, firearms training, and most officers will get more than the 20 hours per year.
Okay. And you maintain your training?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you had any training in the medical field?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. Tell the jury about your training within the medical field.
Since I've been employed or through post-training and other training, I've had at least a minimum of 184 hours of medical training. That ranges from basic first aid, CPR, first responder training, which would be the next level up for more serious injuries that a first responder as a police officer would handle, getting to a scene of an accident or a stabbing or just somebody falling off of a ladder. Also done officer survival, which has a basis in that course of taking care of serious injuries. Active shooter response, which also involves dealing with traumatic injuries, and tactical first aid, which would be dealing with serious injuries, gunshots, whatnot, in an active shooter situation where you have to move and try and assist the survival of somebody during a shooting.
Okay. So when you get called to a scene of, say, a shooting, what's the priority at the scene?
Upon first arriving on a scene of a shooting, you want to make sure it's safe for the officer and for the citizens around you. Once it's determined to be safe by yourself or other officers, then you would secure the crime scene. That could be putting up tape and whatnot and preserving the evidence that is at the scene so it can be processed, analyzed, investigated by follow-up officers and investigators.
Okay. So officer safety is first priority?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So even if someone's injured but it's still a dangerous scene, what happens?
can't help them if something happens to you, so you got to make sure you're safe first.
Got it. Got it. Now, in the patrol division, is the patrol division divided up in the Glenn County Police Department by like areas or zones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are some of those areas and zones?
They go there's no zone 3, but we have 1 through 11. And they're in various parts of the county. The southern part of the county is what we call as a Baker 9, around the exit 29 area of 95. The northern part would be exit 36. That encompasses Baker 6, Baker 11. To the western part of the county is Baker 8. The southern part, or the southern part from the interchange, exit 36 would be at Baker 6. And then the eastern side would be Baker 5 and 10. And then the island, St. Simon's Island, Sea Island, comprises Baker 1, 2, and 4.
All right, so the Satilla Shores neighborhood, is that Baker 9?
Yes, ma'am, that is Baker 9.
All right. And in your experience, 12 years on patrol, how bad is Baker 9 as far as crime in general?
It has its fair share of calls. It's one of our biggest territories for the Baker, which would have 1 officer assigned to it. It's a large territory, which is usually handled by that 1 officer due to the lack of call volume that is down there.
Okay. So let me try to get this right. Baker 9, which covers the southern part, including Satilla Shores,
yes,
on any 8-hour shift has how many officers assigned in a patrol car?
Usually 1, unless there's an overlapping shift.
Okay. Low call volume?
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so now, as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you normally drive?
Usually a marked patrol car, has Glenn County on the side, says police with the emblems, lights on top, visible, not hidden lights. Currently, I'm driving a 2015 Dodge Charger.
All right. And what do you generally wear as a post-certified law enforcement officer?
On patrol, it's full uniform with shoulder patches, a badge present, gun belt, pretty much it.
Do you also wear body cam?
I do. Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the Satilla Shores neighborhood. What county does Satilla Shores fall into?
That is Glenn County, Georgia.
All right, Glenn County. And back in 2019 or 2020, were you patrolling Baker 9?
No, I was not.
All right. Prior to February of 2020, did you know Defendant William R. Bryan, seated over there?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so you didn't know him prior to that?
No.
All right. Did you know Travis Mcmichael?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you know Greg Mcmichael?
Where's he at?
If you could stand up, I know it's my
Yep.
court reporter there, you got the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am. I've had occasion to meet him.
All right. And when you say occasions to meet him, was that in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the realm of scales of relationships, from really, really close best friend over to someone I maybe knew their first name to wave at, where did he fall?
Knew his first name.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention specifically right now to Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, at approximately 1 to 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon that day. Were you actually working that day as a Glenn County police officer or in some other capacity?
Another capacity.
And tell the jury what that capacity was.
We have our primary functions as police officers, and the community, businesses, organizations will hire us in an off-duty capacity, but with the presence of a full uniform and a marked patrol car for traffic duties, security duties, banks, churches, etc., like that. On that day, I was working, or I had completed a shift working for a local church.
So sort of an approved second job as service to the community, like at the church?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
All right. So how were you dressed that day?
Full uniform as previously described.
All right. And what vehicle were you in?
I was in a 2015 fully marked Dodge Charger.
All right. So I'm going to ask you this. Did you respond to the homicide scene at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive in the Satilla Shores neighborhood on February 23rd, 2020?
I did, yes.
All right. So where were you at and why did you go to that location?
On the way home from the off-duty job that I was working, I had stopped at a local business to pick up some lunch, and had gone across the street to pick up some drinks. And while I was obtaining my stuff in the drive-thru, the radio was on as required, and I heard Officer Minshew come across the radio advising of shots fired, and a person was down on the ground in the street. I knew where he was located at, which was approximately maybe 2 miles away. The jurisdiction, the location of his beat, Baker 9, I knew the closest backup unit to him was probably 9 to 10 miles away at the closest. And they would have to come from exit 36 area. So I immediately responded to assist him.
All right. What did you find when you arrived at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020? Just describe it for the jury.
When I arrived, there was Officer Minshew's patrol car was parked at the intersection. I parked a little bit to the right back of him. I saw him out walking around. I believe he was beginning to take some pictures of the scene. I did see a black male laying on the ground in the middle of the roadway on the pavement. There were a couple of other people walking around, milling around. There was a vehicle in the road further back past the person that was down on the ground.
Did you see any firearms or weapons?
Immediately upon arriving, I did not notice anything at the initial on-scene response.
Okay. And the only officer there when you arrived was who?
Officer Minshew.
All right. Prior to coming in today, you and I have spoken, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you get the opportunity to review your body cam video from that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. When I showed it to you, was it a fair and accurate depiction of the body cam video of your actions on the afternoon of Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Now, with body cam, when you hit the button and it started, what kind of technical issue with your body cam happens?
When they're in the on position, to activate them manually, you'll double press, double tap the center of the camera, which will activate it. You'll hear a beep, and then it'll start recording audio and video. Prior to that, in standby mode, when it's on a continuous loop, which means it's always recording, but with no audio. Upon activating it, either by lights or some other technology that'll activate it simultaneously, it'll record 30 seconds prior to with no audio upon activation. So the last 30 seconds I was just talking to you. If I had my body camera in standby mode, it would see my hands moving, people blinking and whatnot, but no audio. And upon activating it, the audio would start from there with 30 seconds prior of no audio.
And is that what happened with your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 219, Officer Duggan's body cam video.
No objection.
Subject to the court's prior rulings. And may I say, could we get the mic a little closer? It's very difficult to hear this far away.
Okay, for the corner. And I've checked with the deputies a couple times. I know that we're not having, I understand everybody can hear on the jury panel, so we're good there. It must be that corner.
I think it's this corner, maybe the acoustics. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, if we could, or if there's any way to turn that mic up, we'll try to do that. If I could just get you to speak right into that mic so we can get you.
Yes, sir.
No objection, subject to the previous ruling.
Thank you. All right, it's admitted. What's that number again?
This is States 219.
Thank you.
I believe you'll be able to see it right there on your monitor.
Okay.
Let's stop it right here. At this point, when you were moving your hand and pointing it,
Hold on a second. Let's see if that catches up. That's off, that's something that's already been loaded onto the board, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was kind of, Your Honor,
Is
is
yours-
also
yeah,
jumping.
yours is jumping?
It was jumping around a lot.
That one's jumping and mine's jumping.
oh, there's a little lag on that television? All right, well, hopefully it'll load up while I'm asking the question.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay. So, Officer Duggan, at this point in time, you see the man here? And
Yes.
is there another person seated over here?
I believe so, yes, there was. I see the one in front of me with the jeans and the light colored shirt. And I believe there was a second person over in the shadows. Yeah.
What did you say to the second person over in the shadows, if anything?
I know I made a motion to the gentleman walking towards me to just hang back. And I'm pretty sure at the time when I saw Mr. Junior on the side, didn't know who he was at the time, but I could see he was covered in blood. There was blood all over. And I remember at some point asking if he was okay.
And what did that man covered in blood, seated over there, say to you when you asked him, are you okay?
It was a quick reply of basically, no, I'm not okay. I just effing killed somebody.
And do you use that profanity with the F word?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. I didn't probably do something for him.
Let's
So I get your
shut
phones
it
on.
down for a second.
Dave, for a second.
Let's keep, I want to move, just either, we need to figure out, there's a delay there, there's a delay there. Are you still seeing a delay?
Yeah, still seeing a delay and the audio was skipping.
It's skipping.
We need technical support since I did load it onto the monitor.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step into the jury room for just a moment, please.
It's all right for a jury.
Okay, y'all just have a seat. See if we can get somebody from IT to take a look at this.
He's on the way, Judge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, when you have a minute, I have one other matter to bring up about the courtroom setup.
That's fine.
I'd like a bathroom break if I have the time.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Hope first, and then we'll break.
I didn't realize till we got started that you actually cannot see the witness from this row of chairs. My client can't see him at all. I can see the top of his head as I'm sitting here. And I know it's set up so if you are here maybe with a single defendant you can see. But now that we've got 3 defendants, 2 of them can't see. And I've been in 2 other courtrooms where this has been a problem, Jones County and Putnam County most recently. And the sheriff built a riser to comply with the 6th Amendment so we can see and confront the witnesses against us. So I don't know what to do now, and we're good with this today, but I would like to move the court for a fix to get the witness up higher.
So I understand what we're saying is that for today.
For today, we're okay.
Okay. And you're raising a confrontation clause issue.
Yes.
Okay.
We are also fine for today, and we like our arrangement here very much. But I guess out of an abundance of caution, we'll join the 6th Amendment concern. We can ponder that over the weekend. Maybe we would waive it for the rest of the trial. But for today,
this point has been raised by parties, so
we're good for today. Well, Your Honor, you will recall, I think I mentioned the witness box issue.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take 10 minutes, and hopefully by that time we'll get IT in here and figure out what's going on. Officer Duggan, I'm going to let you step down. If you could please remain available, and I remind you that you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, we're not in recess then. I heard a judge.
I said thank you, Judge.
Oh, I just heard the judge part. All right, 10 minutes.
Your Honor, we'd like to say.
Yeah.
All right, we're back on. Defendants are present, represented by counsel. All right, my understanding is the technical issue is probably due to the wireless connection going to the screens. What we do have available that I understand is working just fine is the big board. So the witness has obviously seen the body cam, testified to as much when the video was admitted. The video is going to be played. I'm just going to have him stand if he needs to watch or look at whatever he may be being asked about on the video itself. And I'm going to confirm that the two jurors sitting in the gallery have a clear view of the large board before we go any further. Assuming that they do, I think we've got enough to get through this witness, and over the weekend or later today, we'll figure out what it's going to take to possibly hardwire all of this in order to make sure that we're having fewer technical issues. So that's the plan. That being the case, anything from the state?
We'll go all the way to complete this witness today.
Yeah, I plan on getting this witness done. I've got a, timing-wise, I think this is probably the only witness we're going to get through today. Okay. So I understand nothing from Travis Mcmichael, Greg Mcmichael, or Mr. Bryan. Ready to proceed. All right. Let's get Officer Duggan. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, officer. So what we're doing, you didn't hear what I was saying. Since you've already seen the video, we're limited to the large monitor. You may be asked some questions about the video itself. If you need to stand up and look at what's on the big monitor, you're welcome to do so. You don't need my permission to be up and down. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to fall out of it. This works.
All right, let's go get the panel.
All rise for the jury, please. Please be seated.
We probably need them on this end. Yeah. Well, if I would prefer them at the state's table, then if you drop your laptop, screens, and anything else that may be on that table just to get through this video. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back on. Officer, I remind you that you're under oath. I just want to confirm to the two of you that are sitting there in the gallery, right now we're going to be limited to using this large board. Can both of you see that large board? If at any point during the presentation of evidence, the two of you or any one of you has a problem seeing the evidence as it is being presented, as I said in my preliminary charge, please let me know, and we'll do whatever we need to make sure that you have a clear view of the evidence as it is presented. Okay? Everybody understand? Ma'am, right on the end there, do you have any issue seeing the large board? Yep. You can see it. Okay. Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. So once again, I think we're back at State's Exhibit 219. Who is that gentleman right there?
That would be Officer Minshew.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to do something for him. So I get the call for him. Now your first aid kit? Any weapons on him, these bills? My hand on it. It's I think my card. Want the white panel that's in the center console, please?
And had you made an earlier determination that there was nothing else you could do for Mr. Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you make that determination?
For the amount of blood loss that I observed on the scene, the lack of rise and descent of his...
Yeah, please testify. Pause the video. Call the question for him.
So at that point, when you had made that determination, it was because of blood loss, what else?
The amount of blood loss I saw on the scene, the lack of rise and fall of the chest, and basically the gaping wound that I saw in his chest. There was nothing I could do for him.
The nature and extent of that wound?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point in time, are other officers beginning to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
So these would be other officers who had responded to Minshew's call out, is that correct?
Yes, the ones that were on duty on his shift, yes.
All right. In addition, when we go back and here we are at minute 4:31, at any point in time, this gentleman standing here, did you ever know who that was or interview him or anything along those lines?
No, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for people to come to scenes like this?
No, it is not.
At this point in time, that point in time when you turned around to look behind you, was someone actually standing behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Junior, Mr. Mcmichael.
All right. And did you know where Greg Mcmichael was at this point in time?
I believe he was still across the street. I'm not sure.
So when we're looking here, when you say across the street, are you talking about Officer Jackson and Mr. Mcmichael over here?
Yes, ma'am. Across from behind. I wasn't aware at the time then who was behind me.
At this point, you shut off your body cam.
That's correct.
And did you then stay at the scene for any length of time?
For a few minutes after that, to debrief the responding supervisor and to have permission to exit the scene and leave.
Right. And did you write a report in conjunction with the work that you had done that day in responding to Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. In addition, when you got there via your car, how does dash cam work in a patrol car?
The cameras that we had at the time were linked to usually the lights and the sirens. More importantly, the switches on our console that activate our lights. When we activate the lights, if the camera is on, it will activate the camera to start recording. The system that I had in my car at the time was a WatchGuard camera system. It has a separate shoulder-mounted mic, which I was not wearing that day as I was in an off-duty capacity, and often did not wear because I had an actual body camera that would capture the audio. So therefore there was no audio to the video that was captured when I departed out of the restaurant parking lot and responded to the scene.
And with regard to State's Exhibit 220, which contains 5 videos from your dash cam, have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 220 and those 5 dash cam videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Any alterations?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 220.
You're asking about his dash cam?
Correct.
Yes, no objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. At this time, the state will publish. Where are we? Right here, Officer Duggan.
This is traveling northbound on 17, going towards Satilla Shores, just passed underneath the I-95 overpass. Frontage road on the right where McDonald's is. Coming up to the Satilla Shores neighborhood on the right-hand side.
And were your sirens going this entire time?
Yes, ma'am, and lights.
Is that a red porta potty?
That appears to be so, yes, ma'am.
Was that a man on a bicycle waving at you?
Yes, appeared to be.
Once again, who is that officer?
That's Officer Minshew.
And who just came into frame?
That'd be myself.
Video 2 of State's Exhibit 220. Over to the right, the person pacing back and forth.
I believe that is Mr. Travis Mcmichael.
pause here at 2:11, 2:14. This person who just walked from over here to over here,
Yes,
who's
ma'am.
that?
I believe that's Mr. Mcmichael Sr.
All right. And the individual back over here that you can barely see, did you even notice him when you were there at the scene?
No, ma'am, I have my back to him.
Okay. Do you know who that person is now?
I believe so, yes.
And who is that?
The third party over here.
Mr. Bryan?
That is correct. There he is.
State's third video of State's Exhibit 220. At this point in time, do you actually know where Greg Mcmichael or William Bryan are?
No, I don't know.
State's Exhibit 4, State's Exhibit 220, video number 4. Who are these gentlemen who are coming into scene here at second 24?
Glenn County EMS.
Who are these two officers, if you know?
Officer Roberts and Brandon Berry.
Who is this officer crossing right now?
I think that was Officer Brandenberry.
And these two gentlemen approaching Mr. Arbery's body?
Fire rescue paramedics.
And lastly, video number 5 states Exhibit 220. Do you know who this gentleman is who has just walked up and is speaking to Officer Brandenberry?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Stopping now, right here at 120. Person over here in this corner. You see where I'm pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to back it up a touch. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Who is that person?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell from here.
Okay.
I'm thinking it's Mr. Mcmichael Sr.
All right. And the man he was talking to over here in the blue shirt, did you know who that was?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 220. Your body cam was uploaded and made part of this case file?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. And in the report that you wrote in conjunction with this activity, did you include in there what Mr. Travis Mcmichael had said to you?
I did.
All right. And after this, what we saw in this video, did you receive authorization from Sergeant Leska to then leave the scene?
Yes, I did.
If I may have a moment? I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Legal tracks. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good early evening, Officer Duggan.
Good evening, sir.
We've had a chance to talk just a little bit before you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We hadn't really talked before then.
Not at all.
Not at all, yeah. So you know me as Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis Mcmichael.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I understand it, when you arrived on the scene, you're going to follow a protocol that essentially tells you what you need to do first, second, and third. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
All right, so first on the list is officer safety. You'd agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, the safety of yourself and others that could be in harm's way.
That is correct.
All right, then once you establish that you're safe, that others are safe, and there's no present danger or threat, then it becomes about scene integrity.
That is correct.
So as we see you step into the scene on the video, these are the things that are running through your mind.
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that when you see Officer Minshew, who was the first officer to arrive on scene, that you're looking at him to see at what phase he might be in about assessing safety and whether or not it's safe to enter the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you trust that Officer Minshew had made enough of a determination to feel safe to be out on the scene and start to assess things yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing that you then sort of undertook when you got into the scene was to do an assessment of Mr. Arbery. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And now you have had a lot of medical training, 184 hours, I believe is what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay, which includes assessing the health and wellness of people who have been shot by guns.
That is correct.
Okay. In your time doing that, have you come to understand about wounds and gunshot wounds and blood loss?
Yes, I have.
All right. Is it fair to say that you have made observations in the past about the amount of blood loss a person can endure before it becomes fatal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you had arrived at the point where you were going to be assessing Mr. Arbery, and before you turned him over to really check and look at wounds, there was a lot of blood that you noticed on the ground.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it your opinion at that moment, before you even flipped him over, that the volume of blood loss could have been such a complete volume that he would have been deceased at that moment?
It could have.
Okay. And when you turned him over, one of the things that I think you noticed, and I'll just say this, you wrote a report in this case, right?
That is correct.
You and I discussed the report that you wrote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that report, really, you wrote a lot of your observations about that day.
That is correct.
Okay. And those observations include observations about Mr. Arbery when you came up to first encounter him.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that he had fixed eyes.
That is correct.
Okay. And fixed eyes is a sign of brain death. You familiar with that?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. You noted fixed eyes as something that indicated that his eyes were not reacting to light.
Correct.
Right? His pupils were not opening or narrowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you mean by fixed.
Correct.
And that his gaze was also not moving. His eyeballs were not looking around or doing anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that you made the conclusion that there was nothing that you could do to do any form of resuscitation.
That is correct.
Okay. You were also asked about Baker 9. Baker 9 being the area that includes Satilla Shores and the Exit 29 area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it my understanding that you are one of the officers that works the Baker 9 area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. But the Baker 9 area is an area that's worked, and I think your testimony was by one officer at a time. Is that fair to say?
Usually, yes, sir.
Usually, yes. And is that because there's a population size that determines Baker 9 and one officer is enough to work that particular Baker?
Not particularly the population. It does have a factor in that. It'd be fair to say population size for that is sparse in that area.
Okay.
More concentrated near the interchange area and going west. And then it's dense populated or relatively.
Becomes more densely populated after that.
Correct.
Okay. Are there some Bakers where one officer works multiple Bakers?
On occasion, yes.
Okay. And I think your initial statement when the state was asking you is that there are a quote-unquote fair share of calls in the Baker 9 area.
That is correct.
And what you mean by that is people calling 911 for whatever problems that it is that they're having that they need law enforcement assistance with.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now, one of the things that you also did when you came onto the scene is you made some observations about Travis Mcmichael, who you've been kind of referring to as Junior.
That is correct.
Okay, and what you mean by Junior is that he's the son of Mr. Mcmichael.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you observed about him was that he was very upset.
He appeared, yes.
Yes, that's something that you noted in your report. You wrote the words "very upset." Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also talked about the fact that he was sitting kind of off to the side by himself, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that he was doing a lot of pacing, right?
I don't recall him doing a whole lot of pacing.
I thought we just watched the video where you saw him kind of pacing back and forth.
On the video, I saw that.
Okay, so the point that you're trying to make is maybe you don't independently recall that, but now that you've watched the video, you see that there was a lot of pacing going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
but you did notice that he was covered. He was covered in blood.
That is correct.
Do you recall seeing that he also had blood on the back of his neck? Do you remember seeing that?
No, sir.
Okay. One of the things that you did at some point, I think we may even see you do it on the video, is you kind of indicate over here, and you ask Travis if he is okay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what you meant by "is he okay" essentially is because he has blood on him and because he's there at this scene of this shooting, you want to know if he's got a physical problem ongoing at that moment, right?
That was the meaning of my question.
That was the
yes.
meaning of your question, but he interpreted that in his response to you with kind of an emotional response by saying, "No, I just killed someone."
That's correct.
Okay. And as you and I were talking, and I was asking you to help me understand how you interpreted his emotional response, I believe what you shared with me is that it was like a driver of a car who had just hit a child, and then asking that driver after that accident, "Are you okay?" And the person says, "No, I'm not okay. I just killed a child." That's how you kind of likened it to me. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that the state asked you about was your training. And after 12 years of training, part of that includes use of force training, right?
That is correct.
When to use particular styles of policing to try to either, number one, de-escalate a situation, right?
Correct.
Or to have to use a particular level of force to either protect others or yourself. Fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I think you've been taught is leaps. Does that term have meaning to you? Leaps, L-E-A-P-S.
Not familiar, no, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with, in terms of when you begin to investigate a situation, that you would use something that's called leaps that stands for, I'll expand it for you, listening, empathizing, asking questions, paraphrasing, and summarizing. Is that a technique that you're familiar with when it comes to engaging with either a suspect or somebody that you might be investigating?
No, sir.
Okay, so how about this? When you're investigating a particular person that you may think has done something wrong, one of the techniques that you might do is to come up and talk to that person.
Correct.
Okay. You might ask them questions.
Yes.
To try to understand what's going on.
Correct.
And this is something that you've been taught to do as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Don't just assume the worst. Let's begin with or attempt to have a conversation.
That is right.
Okay. And you might try to empathize with that person, to try to see it from their perspective a little bit, as a way to potentially keep things from rising up and getting heated.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that you would certainly be taking stock of is the mental state of the person, right?
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevancy of what Officer Duggan and his training as far as all of these things have to do with his responding to the scene of this homicide.
My response is, Your Honor, this officer was asked about his training. He's on cross-examination about that and about his approach, and I feel it's a fair area for cross-examination.
The objection sustained. We've seen what his involvement was as far as this particular case, unless you can work me through exactly what this would be relevant to in his role in this case.
Yeah, we have an officer who's been trained, who's gotten training in use of force and de-escalation. He has a knowledge to answer some of these questions. And as the court knows, this case is going to be about use of force and de-escalation.
The objection is sustained.
Okay. So you're not allowing me to ask him any more questions about his training? Is that what I understand?
I didn't say that.
Oh,
The objection to your question is sustained about the line of questioning that you're
Okay.
going down.
All right. One of the things that you do as an officer, though, is if you can't have questions necessarily answered by someone, you're also, though, paying attention to how they're interacting with you.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning as relevancy for this officer. He didn't interact with any witnesses, and we object relevancy.
I just sustain the objection on that line of questioning.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, you're looking at Travis Mcmichael, right?
Correct.
You're looking at Greg Mcmichael, right?
Correct.
All right. You're looking to see who else is around you, right?
Yes.
And as you're assessing officer safety, you're looking at their conduct and behavior.
Correct.
All right. You obviously have now seen Officer Minshew show up on the scene, and you've made an assessment of that he may have done that, assessed the behavior of people.
Correct.
But as you're arriving on the scene, you're also going to make your own assessment.
Correct.
Okay. And you're going to look to see the behavior of Travis Mcmichael and Greg Mcmichael as you approach and enter into that scene, right?
That is right.
You're going to be looking to see if there's any aggressive movements by them.
Yes.
Right? You're looking to see if they approach you.
Correct.
You're looking to see if they respond to you when you talk to them.
Correct.
You're looking to assess their level of mental acuity so that you can determine if there's anything wrong with them.
To an extent, yes.
Right? And so one of the things you might do is ask them questions to see how they respond to you.
Correct.
Okay. And so also, at no point did you have to use with Travis or Greg Mcmichael any kind of verbal commands against them to try to de-escalate them in any way.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have to say something like, stop, don't come any closer.
I did
You
have
did not.
I did have
Oh.
Mr. Michael, Mr. Senior.
Okay. There was a moment where you were close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Greg Mcmichael started to walk towards you a little bit.
I believe there were 2 times, yes.
Okay. And you put your hand out and you said, you need to just stand back for a minute.
That is correct.
So that's an example of how you might use a verbal command to keep some distance between you and another person. In this case, Mr. Greg Mcmichael.
That is correct.
Okay, but at the time that he walked to you, he wasn't doing anything like reaching into pockets or holding any kind of a weapon.
No, he was not.
Okay, you were essentially trying to assess Mr. Arbery at that moment.
Yes.
Okay. And so for the entirety of your time on the scene, you never had to say to Travis, stop or don't come closer to me.
Correct.
He was very cooperative and kind of waited over to the side.
That is correct.
Okay. 1 second, please. Don't have anything further for the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from Greg Mcmichael?
No question.
Anything from Mr. Bryan?
No questions.
All right. Anything then further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, officer. You can go ahead and step down.
Your Honor, for the record, we are not releasing any of our witnesses from subpoenas, and all of our witnesses have been informed they are not to discuss their testimony, and we're reserving the right to recall Officer Duggan if necessary.
All right, Officer Duggan, you are subject to recall. Thank you.
We were going to ask that you not be released, but it sounds like you're not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're released for the day. You're just subject to recall. Thank you. I think that was misinterpreted as a mistake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a good breaking point for the day. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to adjourn until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Over the weekend, all of the instructions that I've given you still apply. I want to remind you of a few, and I told you you're going to hear these over and over again. You're probably going to be thinking about them as you're walking around in a couple days. I say thinking about them. You won't be able to get them out of your head. So again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please notify the court and we'll go ahead and address that. Don't let anybody discuss this case in your presence of hearing. With those instructions, and just to be clear, don't go picking up newspapers. Make sure your news feeds are off. If you're out socially over the weekend, don't let anybody talk to you about the case or approach you about the case. And if anybody's talking about the case wherever you are, please walk away. With those instructions, I again want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service to Glenn County and to the Superior Court. It is appreciated. I appreciate your patience with us as we move through this process together. Have a good, I keep looking over here. I'm so used to looking at the box. Don't want to ignore the two of you there. But with those instructions, have a good weekend. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, y'all be seated. Jury is clear. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor, just that State's Exhibit 219 obviously was not playing the correct sound, and I could tell. I got some eye contact from the defense attorneys. I thought he could also tell, and then Duggan was definitely looking at me like this is off. So obviously, we have to get with our IT team to determine why, because these are all going to be on the same player, this VLC player, and if the sound isn't going to work, we've got to figure that out.
Yes.
I will do that. I will try and reach out to Cedric and make sure we can do that. Nothing else further.
All right. Anything from Travis Mcmichael before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg Mcmichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We've got a number of things technically we need to work through. I will get with whoever I need to get with in order to figure out what we need to do about a witness, or not a witness, about the witness box. And also I understand that we're going to be looking at the boards and make sure that we have clear video and sound on whatever we have here in the courtroom for Monday. So I'll endeavor to see if we can get that or those things addressed. So everybody have a good weekend. Everybody stay safe. The weather out there is terrible, so please be careful. And we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock Monday morning. We're in recess. No, it's off the record. Well, maybe I don't want to do it here.